Okay, I'm here. Sorry I'm late. I got distracted. I am not a good streamer. Never have been. I neglect you so much. Neglect you all. Like an absent father. Ooh. Demon Goth Mummy? Are we talking about Mel Bell? Hell yeah. Oh yeah, we are. She's got some black lipstick that she wears sometimes. Ooh. Looks great. They've always been in. Yeah, well, I mean, they're fresh in here in this stream. Fresh off the presses, you know? Makes sense? How you doing, Nopenku? How you doing, Jake? Hope you're doing well. Playing a lot of Monster Hunter, clearly. Proud of you for catching up to me. So very quickly as well. And thanks so much for the 35 months. 35 months is a long time. Very long time. Fuck, how many years is that? 12, 24, nearly 3 years. One more month and it'll be 3 years, which is insane. Whew. Late to his own stream, looks like Penguin is going to have to take over. Please do. It'd be a much better experience for everyone. Neglect me even harder, Pappy. I'm not sure how we have come to encourage this sort of behavior here, but I do my part. I know I do, but it just never seems to be slowing down in what was supposed to be a very chilled, kind of relaxing stream environment. And yet here we are, always returning to the horny. And I'm still not going to do anything about it, but I just find it interesting that all roads lead to horny. Went to get the ciggies and never came back, or as long as it's those candy cigarettes. They were fire. With Degen AF. You're not wrong. Not as a whole as horny AF, everyone just likes to pretend otherwise. Yeah. Why is it so taboo? Why is horny taboo for so many people? I guess our generations are more open about it. We're allowed to be horny. So I was gonna play Marvel Midnight Suns today, which is an interesting concept of a mixture of gameplays. Oh, hello, Oline. Oh, hello. Welcome in, welcome in. It's good to have you here. How you doing? How's life? Keeping chill, I hope. You stopped caring, hentai changed everything? Yeah. Yeah. Quick question. What was your favorite hentai website growing up? Just, you know, real quick. Off the top of your head. It's taboo because people don't want Scarlet Children. And that's it. Inappropriate due to the vulgar nature of it. Yeah, but there's a lot wrong with the previous generations in their want to keep things from their children. Very bad. Very bad. Rule 34. Always a good one. E-hentai. .org/Western. Ah, the Western specific. This man likes to read. Gotta get invested in the plot. Very good. I would like the swiftest death you have, please. I do live in an apartment block. I can offer you my balcony. You'd still need pretty good aim. Yeah, those are the days. Those are the days. I'm glad to have you all here, though. Thanks for coming in to say hi, everybody. I've been so bad about streaming the last month and a bit since before Christmas. It was so rare that I would stream at all, and if I did, it was going to be once a week. Next week, maybe I might be able to sneak in 2 streams, but I'm only gonna commit to 1 at some point during the week. Because Mel and I, even though we've just come back from Budapest, which was great, by the way, we'll talk about that too. We have kind of like chock-filled the rest of our time over the next couple of weeks with meeting people and doing stuff.
A timely reappearance. The dungeon awaits.
Ah, hello. 35 months. Wee woo, wee woo. 1 more month, and then that's the 3-year mark. And I'm pretty sure that's it for badges again. And I'm gonna need to go make some more. I don't make enough money on Twitch for all these badges. Bam! Ash, get him! Get him, Ash! Yeah! Thank you. Oh, I appreciate it. Very good. It took me a minute to remember. That's how long it's been. That's how inconsistent I've been, and I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that, but thank you for doing it. Appreciate it. E621 is one that I don't know. That's a new one to me. I'll just go skydiving without a parachute. That would give me time to reflect. Oh, that could be, if you're in the right state of mind, quite relaxing. You've been injured on your vacation? Pengu, no. How have you broken your dick this time? You've been bad. I stream once every 5 months. If I encourage you streaming, sure. So if you don't commit yourself to a schedule, then people, I guess, like, aren't necessarily expectant. You know, when you have a schedule, try to make a schedule. I feel like you're letting people down if you don't stream on the days that you say you're gonna stream. Like my Monday, Wednesday, Friday thing that I had for a while. I just didn't. Well, I still have. I'm still gonna do that, but you know, it's easier when you don't disappoint everybody, just like how I disappoint my parents. Anyway, moving on. Everybody should stream more, though, and stream when I'm live so that I can catch you. Not when I'm live, sorry, when I'm awake. I guess when I'm alive. But when I'm awake, not during the middle of the night. But if, don't listen to me, I'm just being a dick. Oh, streaming is tough. That all means I need to send you a screenshot of my FF character right now. Okay. Good. Scratch my tit while trying to please the horny demons. Oh. No. In all seriousness, both my Achilles tendons were rubbed and poked. So much and hard that they bled through my socks and onto my shoes. Holy damn. What you been doing to those tendons? Felt so faint and couldn't walk. No, I'm okay, just gotta get band-aids. Please look after yourself. Are we really alive? Hi, sleepless. Some of us fall under the category of alive, of living being. But, who? I don't know. It's tough to say. Still doing Spire tomorrow. What? Spire? Not Slay the Spire. Destiny 2 stuff. Oh, cool. You guys managed to get a group going. Happy to hear that. I've just been walking in shoes that I thought would be great, but were painful. When I'm inside Betsy's hoodie. Aww. You're more than welcome to camp in my hoodie anytime. Fuck no, but we still do dungeons. What's the difference? I guess raids are bigger. I know if you all figure out how to do this being a live business. Are we all just walking bodies? Just half alive beings? We all drank the unicorn's blood. You'll live a half-life. A cursed life. There's a Philosopher's Stone reference for you. Do I need a fire team to join? I tried to kill a fire team once. I was a big bad. And they killed me instead. Fire Team Wildcats. That was a good couple years ago now. Always looking to start a raid team because I like in-game content but need people, so if only they would make the game easy to get into. Very slowly dying. 100% of people and animals that breathe there always die. What about the jellyfish? Aren't some jellyfish, like, immortal, technically? I don't really know how to define jellyfish, but I feel like I heard somewhere that they don't really die unless eaten. They devolve. Whoa. That sounds awesome. Great podcast, by the way. Ah, thanks. Yeah, it was good. It was a good little fun thing. I enjoyed doing it. There's LFGs, but honestly, man, the community is so toxic, I'd rather go play WoW. Ooh. Would you scale it? Like, surely Destiny isn't as bad as League, right? So it can't be at the bottom. Anyway, back to the jellies. There's got to be a trick there. Some gene that scientists are slowly trying to figure out. So the humans can be immortal too. But the way that the world is going, with just a general capitalism, and also what I was talking about with my housemate just minutes ago, ChatGPT, or GTB? I forget. It looks more and more like a scary AI. I don't think we're going to get there. I think we're done. Could be pretty damn close. That is a surprise. I almost played League once. Almost. Just finished watching Arcane with Mel. So we were running on a high, because Arcane is a very good show. And Mel was telling me about some of her League of Legends stories from when she used to play back in the day. And I was like, should we play together? Just you and I, take it casually? And she was all up for it. She already knew how to play, and it was like the one game that Mel's played that I've never played. So it'd be an interesting experience. I got all the way to the Riot launcher, downloaded the game. We never actually played together, which is probably a very good thing, because there is no way playing League of Legends, even if it's just the two of us taking it casually, would increase our lifespan. There's no way. Our stress levels are already too high. So, fortunately, we reverted on that, and I uninstalled it again after some time. Someone who's played Destiny 1 and 2, community can be annoying, but not really toxic. But then again, I turn off most voice chat. It's a surprise. I feel like Destiny shouldn't be that toxic. It's just people shooting guns at NPCs. There's a shipping thrown up everywhere I go. I've been bringing up coding. Every person has brought up ChatGPT. It's because ChatGPT is a very quick learning AI that is impressing a lot of people right now. And I think it was first designed to do some coding work. So, you bring up coding, you bring up that thing too. It's a bit scary. In Stellaris, they have AI takeovers eventually. And I think ChatGPT is like the first step towards that for us. Played League once, never again. Playing LoL is how you break your relationship. Very good that we stopped then. Mel had a pretty positive time playing League as far as I'm aware. Though you were a support main, right? Played, blonde support? No? Who? Lulu. I used to play Lulu. The name means nothing to me, but I think she's short. Big hat. Oh, she's like a gnome type thing. Gotcha. Yeah. Cool. Gotcha. I don't know much about League. I'm glad you had a good time with it. I'm glad you're not still trapped in it as well, though. Yeah. League is only fun with friends. I play it like once every 8 months. That seems healthy. My roommate has been trying to get me to play League for years. I wonder if she can clear the nuclear fallout and get me a rad suit. Oh, Fallout London is also a game that's been announced. That seems interesting. I wonder how true to London it would be. I mean, having actually lived here, it would be nice to actually go to my house. Crucible is frustrating. I remember the Crucible from the first Destiny. I played that for a bit. People firmly believing you need the exact right gun to do certain things in game. Your build isn't the way they like it. Oof. Fallout London is actually a mod for Fallout 4? Oh, is it? I didn't know that. This is how little I've been aware of the gaming space in the last couple of months. I'm really showing my colours here. Oh, actually sent me your picture for your, using the forbidden mods to get their hair and dark eyes, but Demon Bun has been a good time. Looks cute. Can I show your character on stream? Is that allowed? You see the Dead Space remake came out. It's very good. I've heard it's very good. I never played the original. Well, that's a lie. I played the original when it first came out. Hold on. When was that? 2008. So I would have been 13, I think, when it came out. And I had, at that time, a irrational fear of zombies and like undead things. And my dad bought me Dead Space for Christmas. And was like, "Here's, son, an 18+ game." And I was like, "Thanks, Dad. It's got space. I love space." I was fucking horrified. I couldn't play it. Oh. Yeah, I did not get very far in before I very quietly put it down for good. Thanks, Dad. Labatt's dad. Yeah, Necromorph is their official name, but I didn't know that at the time. You gonna stream it? That's gonna be a very you game to stream. I'll definitely watch it. I have heard, whilst it's a remaster at heart, they have changed a couple things and made them better as well. So no longer are all of the enemies spawning in the same locations as in the original game, but instead they are kind of like randomly generated. So you don't know, even if you've played the original, when or where the necromorphs are going to jump out at you, which I think is hilarious. That's great. What did they say it was? Oh, it wasn't... Yeah, procedurally generated. Sorry, my mistake. But yeah, it sounds like a good time. If anyone wants to play that game for me so I don't have to, and relive the horror of my early teens, I'd very much appreciate you. So, Oline, go for it. Jake, go for it. Very much like a Left 4 Dead style director type spawning system, but better. Ew. Game does everything it can to make your life harder, and I need that. Is the current state of things not enough for you, pal? Makes my blood turn cold and caramel mocha skin turn white. Okay, Widowmaker. Now you just need the booty. I just need money. I wish I could fund it for you, Oline. I need at least a week. They remake DS2. DS2 was still a popular game as well. You've never seen my androgynous figure, have you? Oh, I've seen pictures of you. You gotta respect that Widowmaker booty. That's something else. They had to nerf it in Overwatch 2. Oh, this booty? That's probably true. Good evening, Nish. Welcome. How's, I've started a little early today. I think Sarah is doing XCOM. That would be my assumption, because no, it's Friday. Sorry. It's Danganronpa Day. Hopefully that's going well. I watched the most recent VOD, silently. Last night? Night before? Don't remember. But you're in a very fun case at the minute. Probably my favorite of the lot, I would say. It's a good one. Anywho, I've been kind of stalling for 36 minutes whilst Marvel Midnight Suns updates, but we do this regularly anyway. We're constantly just rambling on and on. But now the update is actually finished. Been a good mod and watching something else? Oh, very good. Very good. Well, you're more than welcome to watch this with us and stay here as well, Nige. Sarah's doing fine. I don't know if everybody was able to make the voice cast today, but I'm sure she's got other mods there too. You can sit back and relax. Enjoy the start of your weekend. Am I gonna get Cross back on PC? Akeen says he's looking to come back. Maybe starting my overnight streams back up. Hell yeah! I'll have something to watch on my way to work now. The title suggests goth titties. Okay, alright. I ain't saying that's more interesting, however. Alright. I hear you. I hear you. The goth titty. In fact, I don't think I mentioned titties in the title, but it's suggested. Sure. Let's pull this music down. We'll pause that. And then we will start up Marvel Midnight Suns. And I don't know about you, Nige, or anyone, actually, else here that has played an XCOM game before. O-Line, looking at you. Jake, I know you've played some XCOM games before. But Fireaxis's most recent game, this one, Marvel Midnight Suns, is like such a strange combination of gameplay styles to me that it interested me in its uniqueness. XCOM like strategy combat with deck building and card abilities with Mass Effect or Persona-like relationships, and throw in a bit of like open world exploration as well. It's weird. For some reason in my brain, it rings bells where it's like, this shouldn't work, but when I see it, it kind of does. Anyway, let me change up to the game. We may have issues with this game as well. Marvel's Midnight Suns. As I have heard, it does not run amazingly, so we will just need to give it some time. Oh dear. Already the loading screen is struggling a little. Hold on. Oh. I got display capture on. Hold on. Yeah, that's better. That's intensive. Do we play with a controller? Let's try. Let's try. Getting the band back together? Oh, for streams. Yes, very much looking forward to that online. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna need you all to let me know if things are looking okay. Obviously it's gonna be loud to start with, but we will adjust. 2K, marketplace, options, exit. Maybe bring it down a little. Oh. Yeah, we'll bring it down a little. Alright. Father just sent you $150? Nice! Time to put most of that into a new game. Only Fire Access games I've played is Civ. Fire Access made Civ? I didn't know that. I missed that one. Must purchase food? Buy food first. Because you gotta live to play the game. If you die, you ain't playing the game. Did you enjoy Hungary? It's a nice place, right? Oh, yes! Yes. We did. Very much so. I'll get into it whilst the game is loading. I don't know how long it's going to take. But yes, we went to Budapest. We had technically 5 days there and 4 nights, but the last day was our travel day back, so we didn't do anything that day. And the first day we were there, well, I'll continue after this cutscene. Crossbones? Yeah, crossbones.
This hocus pocus nonsense, Faustus. Now you want to tell me just what the hell is so important?
Sleeping mother, sacred harbinger, awaken and reclaim what is yours. You who rise with the moon in darkness, who prepares the path for the midnight sun.
Oh, we're only in a cutscene at the minute.
Turn your merciless eyes upon us, and arise!
I think it's looking good.
Nice show, Doc. Next time, call Seymour. Better yet, I'll just shoot you and save us all the trouble.
Here come Goth Mummy. Oh, don't go near. Yeah, I saw that coming. All right. Step on me. Just immediately. 6 months.
I can feel it, Rox.
Nick Cage.
Trouble in the air. More innocent blood joining you soon. Head back to your magic castle. You ain't welcome here.
Johnny Blaze, original Ghost Rider. Doesn't like you either.
It's called a sanctum. And welcome or not, this is where fate has determined the Sorcerer Supreme needs to be.
Doctor Strange, Sorcerer Supreme. Loquacious, happy to talk about it.
Tell fate. Answers no.
This is the secret guardian you dragged me 5,000 miles to meet?
Who's this guy?
The mouth.
Mr. Stark is brash, but I assure you, he can be trusted.
Never heard of him.
You seriously don't know who I am?
The fabric of magic is shifting, Johnny. The prophecy of the Midnight Sun is upon us.
Your last crusade cost me plenty. This time I intend to look after my own.
Hey, pal, I don't think you understand. Things are changing. 2 + 2 no longer equals 4. Up is sometimes down, and strange here is actually starting to make sense.
Do I look like someone who gives a damn about any of that?
No, you look like you should be bouncing for the double deuce. Listen, all I know is hell's coming, and my pal here says you can help.
That's where you're wrong. Hell's not coming. It's already here. Oh. You're welcome, Robo-Man.
Iron Man?
Robo-Man, billionaire, inventor, supposedly famous.
It's okay. It's fine. I know what he meant.
We don't know the way out here, and the old man runs off with that precious page of yours. Could have at least left us some VIP passes for the carnival. Maybe blown up a few monsters on the way out.
Johnny Blaze has sacrificed a great deal for this world already. I am certain he will come around given time.
Thought you said time was the one thing we didn't have. All right, let's just wrap this up. I think I've got sand in my nanopolymer weave.
Okay, dialogue's over. Gorg, hello! So happy you're playing this meta, I wanted to check it out. Well, you are more than welcome to stay. I plan on playing this game, if I like it. You came at a good time, as we just started. About 5 minutes ago. This is a tutorial mission. And if I like it, I will play it on stream, alongside Persona. And I will interchange the two as the 2 series that I will be continuing. Until something is finished. And my money is on Marvel first, not Persona. But it's good to see you, pal. Hope you've had a good few months since we last spoke. Alright, okay. Playing cards. How to play. There are 3 main types of cards, which represent hero abilities, attacks, skills, and heroics. Playing a card costs 1 card play. Use left or right, select an ability card, press A to activate, select the target and press A again. Okay, that's fine. Attack cards. Use attack cards to damage enemies. Got it. All attacks grant 1 heroism when used. Okay. Some attacks have added effects like knockback or stun. Easy enough. So we have 2 blasts. We can blast this dude.
Get it done any way we know how.
Easy enough.
My lawyers tell me I'm not liable for any evil-related injuries. That'll work. They don't all have to be pretty. Am I really gonna have to bring out the big guns for this?
Heroism and heroic cards. Heroic cards are powerful and decisive. Playing heroic cards requires heroism. Gain heroism by playing attack and skill cards. Gotcha. So these are your more powerful cards that need more setup. Damage every enemy by 5. Okay.
Sure, why not?
Interesting tactic.
So this is a very animation and fairly graphically heavy game. Lots of close-ups, lots of rockets and particle effects firing off. So if things slow down, I'll need you guys to let me know, and then I'll adjust the settings. But on my end, from what I can see, as I've been watching my OBS in the actual game, seems to be doing okay so far.
Oh, sure. Pick on the smart guy.
Minions and elites. 2 types of enemies, minions and elites. Minions have no health. Any damage defeats them instantly. Ah, okay. They're frail, but still dangerous. Elites have higher health totals and require more damage to defeat. These attack and heroic cards wisely, so anything without a health bar gets killed instantly.
That suit may be a marvel of technology, but it's no match for the mystic arts. Allow me to demonstrate.
Oh, so it's a contest now. Then you take the extra creepy one.
The cards have a knockback. Select target, aim the knockback direction. Try knocking into objects, heroes, or other enemies. Cool. Okay, so that would do 5 damage to each of them. It's not enough to really do anything. But we could... Go to these two.
Fair enough.
And then... Oh. Right. The sword with the number in it is how much damage it does. Understood.
Whatever gets the job done.
Axe of Angaromus.
You should really stay down.
Seems counterintuitive for the magic user to get so close with an axe, but, you know, who am I to talk? Ow.
Guess we're not done yet.
Okay, so we got 2 wins.
Who wants to go first?
Take a previews. At the start of each turn, hero icons will appear above each enemy, showing who that enemy intends to attack. Gotcha. Use this information to determine which enemies to defeat first or which heroes to defend. In this case, Dr. Strange is in danger. See what you can do to assist
Now that I
him.
have their attention, perhaps a blessing is in order.
Ah,
Something protective?
Well, I could give you a hand, or a shield in this case.
In the spirit of cooperation, I'll accept your offer. Just this once.
skill cards control the battle and gain heroism. So skill cards don't do damage, they're assisting cards. Provide powerful supplemental effects like healing, damage boost, drawing cards. Do not generally deal damage. Skills are great ways to build heroism for powerful attacks.
Here, take this.
I thank you.
You have been working too much and hoping to make a triumphant Twitch return. Well, sometimes you've got to work. That's okay. Wait a minute. Can I go for this side? No. I just hope work's not been working you too hard, you know? Okay, let's do this.
Watch closely.
Well, this is a hack and slashy game. It sounds like it from the description.
That in time.
But no, it's tactical. I can kill one more. But not like that. I can only kill you. Into the rock.
I know that wasn't your signature move.
That felt good. It's a magic axe made of magic.
Really, I'm flattered, but save some for
But
the
Doctor
others.
Strange is squishy.
Oh, I thought we were finished.
You keep the magic users at the back line. You know, spiritual
Used to
weapon is
being
all well and good,
outnumbered.
but
I think we pissed them off.
Oh.
Got a spell for that, maybe?
Interesting. A spell to change the very demeanor of our enemies. Something along the lines of the psionic manipulations of Eros of Titan?
You can't make it happen in the next 10 seconds. I'm not interested.
so air superiority first, damage every enemy. Makes sense to me.
Let's do it.
Love it.
Impressive.
Okay, so 2 of them going for Iron Man, 2 for Doctor Strange. We can potentially blast you into you.
Watch and learn, my friends.
This is satisfying. And then blast one of the Doctor Strange guys.
You just got knocked the fuck. You know the rest.
Are they allowed to swear in this game? To be determined, I guess. Hey, objects on the battlefield can be used to your advantage with environment attacks. Environment attacks cost heroism but do not use a card play. These free attacks are very useful. Use them wisely to score important knockouts. Try using one or more rocks to wipe out extra enemies. Environment objects will glow. They can be used to attack an enemy.
Ponder arrows. Maybe we should just try throwing a big rock at him?
Okay. Okay. A big rock, you say? Yeah. This guy isn't near any rocks, though. No. Had to try. I think we're done.
I like it when we're in control of the situation. Oh, well, I think that's the last of them, which is good. I might have told Pepper I was just stepping outside the restaurant. Good call.
I'm the one who is still single.
Oh, I can't knock them into each other.
I'm saving my energy till we meet.
That was really something.
We did it! It's a very visual intensive game. I hope there's more to it. Yeah, I like it so far.
Being honest, that encounter went better than I expected.
Tony, I've been noticing a recurring gamma spike.
It's Bruce.
See, this is why you shouldn't eat spicy food, Bruce.
Localized in the West Village, converging on the Sanctum.
Wanda.
The collective works of the universe's greatest sorcerers, and he left them underneath the takeout menus.
Shifting mystical polarities are wreaking havoc on my portals.
You don't say. You okay, kid?
Scarlet Witch. Stranger's new apprentice.
Yes.
It's complicated.
Are you?
Let's, put a pin in that.
Captain Marvel. Earth's mightiest hero. Really flirking powerful.
Carol.
Bruce and I have been trying to reach you. He'd have come himself, but he's...
Oh, you did the big green guy proud.
Oh.
I really should up my homeowner's insurance. Miss Maximoff, the wards of protection, if you please.
Stephen, I can fight. I've got control now.
Then show me by activating the wards. In the meantime, in honor of our missing companion, the rest of you may feel free to smash away.
So Scarlet Witch is a good guy in this game? Got Captain Marvel.
This shouldn't take too long.
Nice one, Carol. Always the direct approach.
You know I don't mess around. Besides, we picked up some crazy gamma readings coming from, well, here. Guessing that explains the Hydra goons and ominous green lights.
Yes, but not while you fail to use the front door.
Hi, how about we discuss proper hero landing etiquette after we take down the bad guys?
Okay. So yeah, Scarlet Witch seems to be a good guy. The MCU have definitely played around with that character a lot. Oh, there she is. Hello. Scarlet was always good, but the powers of chaos which she controlled makes her lose control. Yeah, very, Dark Phoenix-y. Captain Marvel should be able to take them out with like one move. She should, yes. But they had to nerf her for a game. Okay, so that, and then that, and then that, and then that. No. No, that won't work. No? I can no longer select a card. I tried to select a card. Oh dear. Oh no. Huh? There we go. Okay. I got a bit stuck.
Let's give it a go. This is no trifling matter.
This shouldn't take long. You guys should talk to your union then. I don't think you're supposed to be fighting on our level yet.
You should talk to your union. Use redraw to replace undesirable cards in your hand. Highlight a card to redraw, and hold X to replace it. New card is random, may be more immediately useful. Right, so we don't have enough heroism for this card. So, redraw it. Jab. Okay.
One more time.
Love the effort.
Regroup and position Tango.
Oh.
If at first you don't succeed, right? Sure, just keep throwing bodies at the problem.
No issues to report.
Use move to reposition a hero and set up the perfect knockback angle, area of effect attack, or environment attack. Instructions: select any location on the ground with press A to move. Each turn you have one free move. Only select a hero will execute the move. Okay. So. Who would I want to move? Yeah, let's do Iron Man. No. Let's do Captain Marvel. Well, I've changed my mind again. Iron Man. Take this. If you say so. Oh! Oh! We have bullshit!
I don't do this for just anyone.
Oh, that's a 5 cards that we drawn to fill your hand at the start of each turn. Consider which cards to play.
Oh, but Davenport was at least a century old. What a waste.
What does this do? Agamotto's Gaze, draw the last 2 attacks played. Start next turn with 4 card plays. That seems really good. Yeah, that's really, really good. Don't do I have... The last 2 things we did. Nothing terribly impressive, I don't think.
By the will
The destruction is very fun.
That was something.
Not bad. Not great, but not bad. That's the spirit.
They're still not ready to give up?
Your father just gave you extra money
Still in my
for the game? Oh, that's very nice of him. Say thanks to Oline_Dad for me. Look forward to you playing Dead Space.
How do these guys just keep showing up?
They are surprisingly relentless. In any event, we must provide Wanda the time she needs to activate the walls of protection.
Double your current heroism. That's 4. Okay, hold on. We can get these guys into a decent line. There's already 3 here. It's a thin line, but I think we could do it. Let's do this.
Let me show you the way.
It's not going to do damage, but it should push him. That looks like an okay line to me.
It's remarkable how well Hydra manages to attract new recruits despite decades of ineptitude.
Maybe from here? Oh. Come on. We could definitely do some XCOM BS here. No, only 3? Dang. That's fine.
You had this coming.
Maybe the mouse is better. Try with mouse
I
key.
could have made that so much worse.
This guy's still highlighted.
Not a problem.
Yep.
The wards. Something's blocking them.
Not something. Someone.
Gozer?
Lilith.
Gozer.
Mother of demons, harbinger of the midnight sun. Prophecy or not, you overstep. Challenging the Sorcerer Supreme.
Be silent.
Oh. Oh no.
Be still.
What just happened?
Mommy's pretty strong.
Be gone. No! A fellow daughter of Transia. You remind me of my own beloved.
In virtute vishanti. Well done, Miss Maximoff. Your unique energy surprised her.
Whoa! I'm fine. What? I'm fine.
Well, you load a little bit late there, Tony.
Lilith is still out there growing stronger each second the midnight sun approaches.
Define stronger.
If we are to have any chance of stopping her, there is only one option left to us.
I won't go back there.
We all must
Tales
eventually
of our
face our
endeavors
demons, Miss
proliferate.
Maximoff. However, One of us should remain
Katie.
behind to maintain the wards of protection.
See you on the other side.
Thanks so much for the raid. Welcome in, everybody.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Ah, loading screen, fantastic. I can welcome people in properly. Hi, Katie. Welcome in. Thanks, everybody, for coming in. It's good to see you all. Raid sub. Oh, that was the other alert. 21 months. Thanks so much. It was very sweet of you, Katie. You didn't need to do that. Wow, 21 months. Time flies, huh? What were you up to today?
Okay, you did that one on purpose.
The fabric of magic is
I don't want to tab out the game to do a shout out quite yet, because it might skip the cutscene.
Exactly.
I don't want to risk it.
Well,
But I will do one.
mention in Salem, Massachusetts.
Oh, suburbs. Nice.
Salem.
Welcome to the Abbey. Home of the
Midnight Sun.
Hold down. The last line of defense against Lilith, according to them.
What the hell is this? Lilith's Junior Demon League?
Wait, it's that jerk from TV. Which one?
Now, if everyone would just take a moment.
Enough!
Caretaker, last of the blood, immortal, formed the Midnight Suns.
You're standing on my flowers.
Oh, been a long time, Sarah.
It's caretaker now.
If I could have avoided this moment, I would, but...
Oh, spare me the speech. I know Lilith's back. We're sisters after all.
Oh.
Guess we're suddenly invisible now.
Shall we chat, Stephen?
Got ourselves a little
No
team.
one can argue that the Hunter earned their rest in the first battle against Lilith. I only hope they are up for the task once more.
Yeah, if I press escape,
Wizards
it
always
skips.
make everything sound so lofty.
Had a pretty chill day, did some Call of Duty with my boys. Oh, it was great to hear. Well, thanks for attempting the shout out, Mel. Appreciate it. I'll get to it in a second.
World in the process.
Now you want
Hungry AF, so I'll go make some dinner. Enjoy stream, I'll do my finest
again.
look. Thanks so much.
I did not write the prophecy, Sarah.
Hopefully you had a wonderful
Besides,
stream.
I am no common grave robber.
If anyone doesn't know Katie, please go and check them out. Give them a follow. They've been around for at least 21 months now.
Speaking of,
Long
it
well
would
done.
help to have a mental image for the procedure. Spare no detail. Spiritual identity theft is no laughing matter.
There we go. Character creation. Right, now I can figure this out. And who? Nope, that didn't want to work either. Let's try the Twitch way. There it is. Twitch coming through. Makes it nice and easy for everybody to follow. Are you like Batsy, a man with booba, or go with bazongas? Well, here's the thing. Oh, and if anyone needs to head off today to go get some water or food or whatever it is that you need to do, please do so. Don't stick around just for my benefit. Especially after a raid. You could lose a lot of energy that way. So I know that Matthew Mercer voices the male protagonist in this game, known as the Hunter. The female voice actress is Elizabeth somebody, but her voice is a lot less instantly recognizable in comparison to Mercer. But he voices a lot of characters. He certainly does. And whilst I adore Matt Mercer, love the man, his voice is now, in my mind, just Matt Mercer. No matter what character he does, I can't disassociate his him actually being a real person with the characters he does. Elizabeth Gurloin. I'm less familiar with her, so I'm more inclined to play Femshep, if you will. Or Fem Hunter. Now, I had a little bit of a look around in the character creation already, and I've listened to some of the voice lines, opening voice lines for this character, or at least the feminine version, and it's very old kind of sounding voice. I'm tempted to just keep the character default. She looks good already. This is the best hairstyle. If you want to go for a serious character, if you want to go for a non-serious character, you've got this, which is beautiful in its own way, but does not fit the voice style. We can have a look through some of them. Got some very short hairstyles. Captain Marvel look. Not opposed to this. Looks kind of Jill Valentine-esque. Caesar. That one too. I suppose that's more Jill Valentine now. Some of these hairstyles are actually really good. I do like them. That looks amazing. But it doesn't fit the voice. And you'll see what I mean. So I'm kind of just tempted to keep it like this, or maybe change the color. Red looks good. And then we also have a eye color too. Now, I like this, but it reminds me too much of Mary Jane. Mary Jane Watson. And I don't really want MJ to be our protagonist. Mel is our protagonist? Oh, hold on. We need to go for a... yeah, that kind of brown. As pale as it could possibly be. With bluey green eyes. So let's go with blue. I think there's a better hair color, is it? Oh. No. Facial hair is an option too, which is nice. Even for the femme bodies. You got different faces too, but... I like the look of face D. Default face. I don't know about everybody else, but when you look at a default character in the trailer, I kind of just get settled on that look. Ooh. I think this is fine. Nothing too special. Anyway, we need to get her a full body suit with a helmet. She's going to be fighting the enemies and the sun. Gotta protect her. Let's just see how this looks. We can always go back. Also, there is a lot of customization after the fact.
You who tame the night! Hear the voice of those who beseech thee and...
The caller! Wait! Wait!
Mother.
good thing, right?
Sarah. Where is she?
As far as
Yeah, that looks alright.
spells are
Sounds right
concerned,
too.
I've seen worse. Particularly on myself.
Tony, come on.
That's a very recent reference.
That thing wakes up and takes a bite out of you. Don't blame me.
Visiting hours are over.
You can't stay here forever.
There's nowhere else I
Blade.
should be.
Just saw that Stark guy poking around behind the mirror table.
Find me as soon as they awaken. And Blade, be nice.
Always am.
We got Blade looking after us, we're fine. Nothing to worry about. Part 1. The Awakening. Elizabeth Gurlon? Gurlon previously lent her voice to the character of Trilla, aka Second Sister in Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order.
So cold, but the air burns with every breath. Has it been so long?
Yeah, getting very Lara Croft vibes from this default character. That's not necessarily a bad thing. Live action roles in Camilla in the Owl House. I've heard good things from Owl House. And Trish in the film Killing Lazarus.
Place. In my dreams, it was always empty. But now I sense I am not alone.
Have to admit,
Tales of our endeavors
you make one hell of an
proliferate.
entrance.
Bandu! Have to admit, you make one hell of an entrance.
Guess that makes two of us.
Hey!
You should have struck when you had the chance, vampire. You will not live to regret your error.
Cute. And Caretaker told me to be nice. Relax, Slayer. I'm a friend. You just don't know it yet.
Thanks for the raid, Bandu.
I saw you with Sarah before. But what would she want with a vampire? Unless...
The name's Blade.
Just let the
and I'm
dialogue
no
play out.
ordinary vampire. I get you've been out of commission, but I thought you noticed since we're having this little showdown under the freaking sun.
a dampier? Daywalkers were a myth even to me.
Says the half-human, half-demon monster hunter.
Ah, dialogue options. Now we can do the thing. Slash shout out. Hello, Bandu. How have you been? Hope the last few weeks have been keeping you well. I've been decent. I was sick for like the last few weeks, but then last week I was in holiday. I went to Budapest, Hungary, so I haven't been streaming much. But now I bought myself a new game, and I'm playing it. Marvel's Midnight Suns. We'll get back to playing Persona again eventually. I want to give Bandu a follow. Kind enough to raid us and bring everybody here. Very sweet. Very lovely. And they've also been around for a long time. Maybe about the same as Katie? You're sick as well? Oh no! I'm sorry to hear that. Hopefully you get better soon. But Budapest was great. Thank you for asking. Yeah, it's been a rough winter. Rough December, rough January. Mel's in bed too, bless her. Recovering from the post-holiday blues. And also a cold. Game is downloaded. I have to work tonight. Do I need sleep? Yes, you need sleep, Oline. At least get 6 hours. At least. Today I learned Blade is a Marvel character. He doesn't look it. He definitely looks like a DC character. They're a bit more edgy. than most Marvel characters. In the worlds of Blade and the rest of the Marvel Universe don't often collide, because vampires, right? Who knows, maybe one day they'll bring him in. You've already gotten 5? When did you get 5 hours sleep? I felt that I had COVID for Christmas. It was not fun. Ah, shucks. I'd rather the coal, Santa. You don't know a lot about me? That still doesn't explain you. Yeah, you're right. I do hunt monsters.
I do. And last I checked, vampires are monsters.
You want to take a run at me? You can try it. But I got my name for a reason. I've probably killed more vampires than you've ever seen, hero.
Such fighting spirit. No wonder Caretaker chose you.
Right. As much as I'd love to see how much weirder this conversation can go, we should probably get moving.
Agreed. The prophecy is in motion. I can feel it. We have wasted too much time here already.
Man, the others are really gonna love you.
Others?
Yeah, you've got a little fan club, I think. But why spoil the surprise? Hope you're up for the challenge, chosen one.
Ready. Nico. Minoru. So Nico is a character that I know barely anything about in the Marvel Universe. I kind of looked her up when I knew that she was in this game. She's got a cool staff called the Staff of One, which essentially can do anything. It is a very, very magical staff, but it is quite limited in its uses, in that it can only do something once. So, just before, she used her Staff of One and said, "Wake up." And we woke up. She will now never be able to cast a wake up spell again, as far as I understand the character. I think that's interesting.
Hold up. Did I miss something? Or did Nico just raise the dead?
I definitely helped, but no, that's the one thing I can't do.
You were never able to raise the dead.
Huh? But she just did.
Maybe the hunter wasn't all dead.
Some part of them had to be alive, otherwise my spell wouldn't have done anything. Which makes sense, I guess.
Sounds like a reach to me.
Huh, coming from a vampire who loves to sunbathe at the pool.
Half vampire.
Half dead hunter.
Either way.
There's a lot of dialogue.
Working again.
Yes, we know.
Just trying to help.
How? By keeping an eye on things out here while the big wigs decide the fate of the world inside?
Are they?
Someone has to babysit the kitty table.
They gonna stop?
Babysitting or not, you realize they still have you out here with the kitties, right?
Oof. Ouch.
Stop. Hey guys, let's talk.
Hunter. Not sure if you remember me, but we met briefly before. I'm
the witch who called me back from the grave.
Told you.
Or Nico, but either works. And this is...
Robbie Reyes. Oh man, never thought I'd be standing next to you. Got quite a rep. I mean, caretakers told us stories.
That's Ileana.
Привет.
And I think you already
Always
met
gotta have a Russian.
Of course. Caretaker has reformed the Midnight Suns.
Whoa. How did you...
Your power. I can feel it. I always do.
So, welcome home. I guess
I never left.
Cheeky.
Right. Well, we can fast forward through the tour then. Abbey is still, well, you know, the Abbey. Basic stuff. Dorms, war room, library, a few places to chill, and, whatever the hell the Forge is. Have to say, for a haunted transient castle raised on the cursed grounds of Old Salem, it's pretty cozy. Of course, that doesn't stop us from adding some improvements. We can all thank Robbie for the Wi-Fi. Oh, and one more thing. We've got some new house guests now. You think we're a fun bunch, just wait until you meet them. Speaking of, we're here.
Yeah, okay. Spend 10 minutes in this place alone, Bruce, then see. Oh, gotta go. Show's about to begin.
So this is the open world element of the game. You can go around talking to your teammates, building relationships, going on dates. Building stuff, reading things.
I'm sure they know of the Sorcerer Supreme, and I wasn't following you.
How long have you two been sharing a room now? A day?
Hey, you guys are just gonna bicker for a long time.
Prophecies be damned. It's good to see that face again. You look like it was yesterday.
And you look older.
It's rude.
How long was I in that crypt, Sarah?
No more than a few centuries. You were missed.
Centuries? And what of Lilith?
Fallen by your hand. Until now.
Yeah, so speaking of Lilith...
Tony?
What? The kid's literally speaking of Lilith.
Tony.
That's my name. Tony. That's, Carol and Dr. Spooky over there. Here to help.
Help with what, exactly?
Oh, I don't know. Throwing the magic amulet into the volcano? Smiting the Dragon Mother? You tell us, kid. You are the chosen one, after all.
Do you recall anything of that last encounter, child?
There was a voice. The rest is hazy.
Oh, a voice. That's it? A voice? That's what we have to go on?
Results of your long crypt sleep, most likely.
A minor inconvenience. Everything required to restore those memories is contained within my sanctum. I will simply alert Wanda to prepare the necessary rituals.
Can't have a protagonist without amnesia.
What? Straight to voicemail?
Some Sorcerer Supreme.
Must be mystical interference caused by this little pocket dimension of yours.
Perhaps Agatha can help.
Allow me. Alato.
Whoa, what kind of network you running there?
The all-seeing eye of Ereshkigal who judges. Bound to enchanted Babylonian soul glass.
We just call it the mirror table.
Wanda! The dark force, pushing against the wards. Stephen, where are you?
That's impossible. Nothing on Earth could possibly affect those wards.
Wanda's in trouble.
Wanda is trouble.
I'll go.
You'll need my help, of course.
Then let us make haste, Dr. Spooky. Our hunt begins now.
Dr. Spooky. Blade immediately volunteering. No hesitation. Do you kind of dig the scale mail?
Risk with your chosen one.
You act as if I'm thrilled
Okay.
with the situation. If you're with everything going on right now, we simply cannot afford to lose contact with the Sanctum or Wanda.
Crazy indeed.
Yeah, it would be heavy, but
Lots of new blood.
the Hunter is a superhero, so
Seriously powerful.
I think it would be fine. Sanctum Sanctorum contains many powerful artifacts which must be protected. Dr. Strange needs to return to the Sanctum, fight Scarlet Witch, and stabilize the wards.
I think you...
Cool. Dig it. Everyone's level 1. We can build a relationship with Blade already. Dr. Spooky is at 1 health less. But otherwise, everyone has the same stats, pretty much. And then that's a Doctor Strange deck. 2 wins, 2 blessing, 2 Agamotto gaze, 2 axes. Strike, quick strike, make a bleed, stake, slash, quick slash, heal, and whip. Alright.
Even given the fluctuations in the astral spectrum, I should be seeing something. Unless Bruce is right about gamma interference. If such a thing could even exist. Are you ready? The prophecy of the Midnight Sun does not linger, and neither should we. Lilith possesses the Darkhold. If she forced her way into my Sanctum Sanctorum once, I suspect she can do it again.
You are a sorcerer supreme. Can you not predict her movements?
Normally, yes. But since your mother breached the Sanctum, my sense of the future has grown volutinous in nature.
Is that another language, or...?
Fuzzy. My predictions are fuzzy. For the first time as Sorcerer Supreme, I cannot foresee how the future unfolds, and with my apprentice in danger, we cannot tarry.
What's so important about the Sanctum whatever?
You place significant faith in a building?
Building? The Sanctum Sanctorum is the mystical focal point of 1,000 Earths. Its wards weave and protect the very thread of the tapestry of creation. Its shelves house manuscripts written by the gods themselves. And it is the entirety of that wisdom, the entirety of that power, that falls to me, Stephen Strange, to command. At least it did. Until today.
Okay. How are we supposed to know that, though?
I understand. You do not trust your apprentice to defend your home.
I do not doubt Wanda's capability, but without my predictive acumen, I cannot bolster the wards should she need it. Still, the wards are woven into the Sanctum's very essence. They should hold. In any case, all will be revealed with time. I suggest we make use of it while it still functions.
Limbo Portal.
We should hurry. As much as I'd love to hear a first-hand account of your exploits, time is of the essence, I'm afraid.
Alright, let's do it then.
About time.
Not just about time, Mr. Brooks. Time, space, reality,
sake.
The building blocks of magic. All must be constant for my portals to work properly, yet as we now know, that is no longer the case.
We've heard.
Several times. Otherwise, I would still be hunting Dread Maidens in my sleep.
Indeed, and while I certainly appreciate the view of this vista, I fail to see how it will hasten our return to the Sanctum.
Magic is the answer.
No.
Oh, is magic an X-Men?
Stated,
X-Men?
magic
X-Woman?
is the problem.
Your magic is. Not ours.
Got the belt and the colors.
The ground you are standing on exists within 2 worlds. A mystical anchor point to Ileana's realm that allows her to... Well, I'll just let her show you.
Oh, she got demon holds.
Any more questions?
I like her.
What's your game?
I don't care what Strange says. I'm only going to the Sanctum to give Wanda some backup.
Don't let Blade fool you. He's just as eager.
Wanda belongs here. Bring her back safe.
Keep accidentally interrupting everyone's lines. Let's just go.
You are standing in limbo. Nexus of all realities, both real or otherwise. A chaotic but secret realm, beyond the influence of Lilith. Thus far.
Are you certain of that? Because I am sensing all kinds of...
dark energy. That feeling you're being watched. General hellhole vibe.
Yes.
All these potentialities converging at once? Truly surprising feat, Miss Rasputin. For someone so young, of course.
Oh.
You think this is crazy? Wait until you see Manhattan.
From here, magic can open gateways to just about anywhere on our planet, and beyond. We don't want to risk punching through the wards protecting your sanctum, Doctor, so we've chosen a safe exit a few blocks over instead.
Couldn't be worse than the last time.
It was just a simple miscommunication.
Ocean Avenue. I said Ocean Avenue, Magic.
Guess he got dropped off in a sea somewhere. Hunters of Bloodborne were considered superior, but they still understood the effectiveness of sacrificing a little bit more armor for speed. I don't know that the Hunters in Bloodborne had superpowers, though. Super strength, and the like. But maybe. I really don't know enough about the lore.
Hey, I'm walking here. All I ate today was a bagel.
How are they so non-fussed about people just appearing right in front of them? Tourists.
Well, at least we know the wards of protection are still in place.
For now.
I suggest we hurry.
Arm Alpha in position.
Hydrops are dedicated, not your average Hydra.
No one's getting through.
Welcome to New York.
Alright.
I hesitate to call this good news, but I'm seeing minimal Hydra resistance between you and the Sanctum.
Looks can be deceiving, I'm afraid. There's no way these foot soldiers are behind the disruption of the wards of protection.
Okay. Quick will refine the card play when used to KO an enemy. Oh, alright. These quick cards are minions for guaranteed KO and refunds. Gotcha. This could work. Though also kicking this into them would work too. Oh, it's happened again with the cards. Quick. Quack. do this first. Good. Also, knock back in any direction, discard a random card. Into the electricity, maybe? Stunned.
I truly doubt they're paying you enough for what's about to happen.
If they're stunned, they will not act on their turn. Stunning it takes damage, they will be... Okay, got it. You'll knock back. Good blade. Wanna help me out? That dude is dead. Maybe we could redraw this. Enough heroism, damn. Enjoy your lurker line. Catch you in a bit. Still don't need heals. Do need heroism. Oh, okay. Bully him.
Maybe you do not realize the trouble you are, friend.
Okay. Oh, we removed the stun. Oh, that's not so good. Oh.
You have earned this.
Interesting tactic.
Right?
We will never forsake her. Taking the shot. That's gonna be fun.
Weak.
All right, that hurt a bit.
More of them dropping in.
That gamma spike we detected in your area seems to be growing. Let's assume that's not a good thing.
Gamma or not, I feel the hand of my mother at work here.
Okay.
The light shines on the most dutiful.
Draw some more cards. Get rid of this dude.
That's the spirit.
Hard replay. Oh, the tactics are coming in. I need to think about this one. So we use a quick attack on someone that's about to die. I don't think that's a lot of damage here. No, just 5. Axe could be good. By 2 weak, enhanced with 4 heroism plus 15 damage. Okay. The text blade start next turn with 4 card plays. What if we did this? Use that to attack here. Would kill. So that is an option. Gobby, hello! How's this game so far? I was wondering if I should pick it up. I'm enjoying it. You've come in at a good time, as this is the main game, for me at least. The actual tactical combat. Card system is interesting. And all of the moves seem to be incredibly, like, animation heavy. You can use the environment, just like in like XCOM and things like that, to your advantage. It's very cool. I'm seeing now, just reading some of the cards, like the Blessing of Vishanti. If hero cards in your hand plus 5 damage until played or discarded, is very useful. Yeah, I'm enjoying it. Displayed. Should save that for next time. It's 4 heroism plus 15 damage. No, let's just kill. Looks good. That was Doctor Strange's probably most powerful ability that I have at the minute. And now we can play with the environment a little. You can see how this platform seems to be interactable. I will do one of these and just jump on this guy. Getting another kill. But you only have so many card plays per turn, and redraws and the like. Do no matter what I do, I won't actually kill anyone. I believe you redraw to 5, was it? So I'll do this. Yeah, do this. Oh, I can kill you.
That's a neat trick.
Oh. Yeah.
You were too weak for this fight.
We did it.
Misguided as they are, remember, Hydra is still human, Hunter, not Lilin.
You were saying?
The lifeblood of the Mother pumps through our veins. The Mother is eternal. Hydra is eternal.
Wanna bet?
Wanda! Wards! Weakening! Cannot let them fail!
This is still the very beginning of the game as well, Gobby. If you were wanting to pick it up, you're not spoiling yourself too much.
The Neighborhood Association is not going to like this.
No.
I'll handle it.
Not.
We do not fear your magic, little wizard. We have answered the Mother's call. We are venom to all who oppose her. And you are large.
We are Venom. And you are Lunch. Defeat Fallen Venom to complete the mission. That Fallen Venom's symbiote binds can be broken by attacking them with your abilities. Demon Venom, yep. So, bad guy in this game, don't know if you know, Gobby, is Lilith, and she seems to have like a corrupting influence, as you can see. Powerful enemies like Fallen Venom do not forecast which hero they intend to attack, and may attack multiple times on their turn.
That certainly escalated quickly. Do I even want to know what that beast is?
That's a lot of health.
It calls itself Venom. Until now, a pale imitation of a very heroic young friend of mine.
We will feed your ugly tongue to the spider wizard. Marinate it in his stomach. And eat it with his spleen.
Oh, level up. Look at all those damage boosts. Oh, damn. Should have done this first. Make them bleed. Hit them with the quick attacks. Let's see what Blade can do.
I'll put this to good use.
Okay. Can do this.
Get some.
Impressive.
Move over here with place switch. Tab. Move over here with Strange. use the
Search
winds.
for wealth and power with just a tinge of fashion.
I saw a move like that once, centuries ago.
Knockback. Can we knock him back? Hold on. Can. Not into anything, though, sadly. So let's do the chain to apply bleed. Oh. This is Fallen Venom. Join us. After being melee attacked, 50% chance to gain symbiote skin and bind the next melee attacker. Supervillain. Bind and stun only restrained for one action. Attacks cannot be resisted. Cannot be knocked into drops. Okay. Alright.
We will make you feel regret.
Out of range slowly. Okay, well that worked. I was pretty happy with that.
We will peel back your flesh. No escaping this time.
Like Cthulhu? I guess so. Oh god.
Managed to get myself caught.
Oh! Okay, Venom doesn't mess around. Probably should have guessed that.
Arm Alpha reinforcing.
Bleed is good though. He's bound and unable to attack. His other hero abilities to damage the binding. Got it.
This house belongs to Mother now, as you belong to
25
us.
damage.
We shall start with your juicy entrails, then slowly savor your delicious brains.
Are the rest of your mother's children so chatty?
Life steal.
Thankfully, no.
We got one there, one here. We can use quick attack on you. And that should be fine. No problems. Level up.
Stronger already.
Oh, we had another quick, but I could have been wrong. Oh, we do a little bit more damage now. Make them bleed.
Getting better every day.
Recover health equal to damage dealt. It would be good to get him out of the bind. Actually, hold on. We re-roll this. I re-roll that as well. Shit. So I go for a quick attack. That's a lot of damage.
These fanatics are always the same.
Can we just throw this at you? Yeah, there we go. Bonk. Let's use one of these. Critical abilities. All damage dealing hero abilities have a chance to become critical when they are drawn. Critical abilities deal increased damage. Chance for an ability to be critical is determined by a hero's crit chance. Bonus damage dealt by a crit ability is determined by a hero's crit damage. Oh, because it's got fire on the little sword here. That means it's a crit. Well, let's do it. Now apply 2 more bleed.
Time to get serious.
Then immune got no chance. Still haven't actually moved yet, technically. Bye, Felicia. One move. Or one turn.
I will banish you to the void.
Okay.
That's not supposed to hurt.
I think Strange is dead.
Got one down here.
Oh no. Bleed is strong though.
We may not be ready for this thing yet. Might be smarter to pull back until we know what we're up against here.
Welcome back. Your steadfast loyalty is greatly appreciated.
Tasty fear.
Oh.
I shall fill your belly with my blade, demon.
That's a 25 months. Thank you for resubscribing. Welcome to Marvel Midnight Suns. I will. You will? Banish you from the void. Immediately gets back at it again. Well, tried. We should still be able to do this. A couple quick slashes. Attacks. The wham bam, thank you ma'am.
I am impressed.
How many cards do we have there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7. Gotcha. Need to be able to heal him though.
Let's
Struggling.
try that again, shall we?
Your mother abandons you.
Make him bleed.
Should get the blood pumping.
Try and redraw this for a heal. Ooh, not terrible. +6 until played or discarded. Oh, here we go. That's what you get.
Not as powerful as Lilith had hoped.
No escape from me, demon.
Hold up. We don't know what we're dealing with yet.
She's got power bombed. boy.
I was in the neighborhood, you know, being friendly. Seemed like you folks could use a hand, Doc.
Spider-Man!
Jeez, Eddie, what happened to you?
Spider-Man.
That's part of a horrifyingly terrible new look. The tongue was gross enough, but whoa! Someone is extra touchy today.
We will rip your face off and suck the marrow from your bones!
Always nice to see you too, buddy. So, I'm thinking your friends here could use a little break. How about I take Eddie here for his afternoon walk? Don't worry, Doc. That's just his way of saying he cares!
Good. 3-1. 3 stars? Is that the most we can get? I think we did alright. Well, welcome in, lass. And 97 too. Hey, hello. That was a strange needs to time his insult better. I think that was the perfect timing of an insult. I think he did very well. Finished in 5 turns, plus 40. And a villain encounter? Alright, alright. Big fan. Las Petra and Mate, all the smelly people. Like, Costa, like, it's good to see you all. How you all doing? As, I guess, Seru's finished streaming. Hopefully it went good. Murderers have been brought to justice, perhaps. I hope you're all having a wonderful Friday evening. 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 It is over. Good. Justice has been done. Well, it's good to have you all here. Lots of lines. Talk to myself. There's not many other characters left alive. I think mostly your characters, right? 97?
Congratulations.
New world or not, some things remain unchanged.
The look.
What look?
Boldly charging headfirst into the jaws of your enemy. Courageously risking the lives of yourself and your teammates. Just to play the hero. This is the Fire Dragon all over again.
Fire Dragoon. My memories may be fragmented, but as I recall, I killed the bastard.
And all it cost was a village.
Of course. I see it now. The look.
Cut him some slack. It wasn't that simple.
It never is. Which is why I sent you to help. If Spider-Man hadn't come along today, we could have lost far more than
the Sanctum?
Or Wanda.
She means I could have died. Again, putting an end to her eternal crusade against my mother.
You've been through a lot. For now, it's enough that you all made it back in one piece. More or less. We'll talk more later. Get some rest.
Sorry. I will have to be right back. Mel needs me for a minute or two. But I will put on some lovely little lo-fi. And you guys want to hang out with Bulbasaur again? We got Bulbasaur. He's nearby. No boss check for the couch potato. You gotta make sure that posture's okay. Your back is very fragile. Storytime redeem is way too tempting. If you do, I'll do it when I get back. Hold on. Let me put on some music. Oh, a little bit too loud. The whole music. And then, oh, I've forgotten which one it was. Was it this one? It was. There we go. Hold on. Now I need to put like a little BRB thing over Bulbasaur. Everyone go take a little break. Grab some water, grab some food, whatever you need, and then we'll be back shortly. You know, breaks are important. But we'll look after ourselves. Love it. Alright. I'll be back in a moment. Take care, everybody. Hey! Wait! Where's Bulbasaur gone? Did any of you guys see where Bulbasaur went? He's elusive. Slippery one, that Bulbasaur. Oh, there he is. Never mind. Thanks for holding on, everybody. I appreciate it. Very kind of you. Bulbasaur died. No! Unfortunately, we got this new one. He's bought a berry. Thanks, Bulbasaur. You're probably not here anymore, Nige, but thanks for being here. Glad you enjoyed your time. Mel has been seen to. She's got all the snacks and things that she needs now to feel better. Okay. There's this. Get rid of this. Bye, Bulbasaur. Bye, Lo-Fi. We'll see you in a minute. Oh. Also need to move my chat over back to my other screen. Good. Alright, where the hell are we? Couple missions in. Feel like we're doing okay. There's a rare chest over by Hunter's Folly. There's a fast travel system. How big is this area? Everybody say bye, Bulbasaur. Don't worry. It'll be the last time you guys see him on stream. Caretaker. Strange and Blade, I'm guessing. And Manuel's talk.
Not to be the nagging old lady, but I told you not to push too hard. Now that things have settled down, you should get some rest. It won't always be this quiet.
That was a complete fiasco.
And it would have been far worse had Spider-Man not arrived when he did.
No kidding. Caretaker would have been pissed if Venom had actually eaten a hunter.
Yes, one disaster averted. But we still need to figure out how to get Wanda and the Sanctum back.
You did okay out there, considering you were technically dead 72 hours ago.
Only technically.
Not the outcome I envisioned for our first mission together, but you know what they say. Any mystical battle you can teleport away from.
Ah. He's out of his suit.
Hunter, you look scathed.
I don't know what you mean.
Hey, for what it's worth, I think you did okay out there. You got some decent hang time, even given you were wearing, what, 70, 80 pounds of chainmail? On the Stark scale of reckless yet daring heroics, I give it a solid 6 out of 10. Don't worry, you'll get there. With a little help.
Alright, I need to remember there's a relationship mechanic in this game. So... Get where?
And where exactly am I going?
Oh, that's the real question, isn't it? Sky's the limit for you, my friend. Unless you'd be up for wearing a space helmet. You do breathe air, don't you? You know what? It doesn't matter. I couldn't help but overhear Auntie Caretaker over there telling you to get some rest. It sounds like a good idea to me. I suppose I could keep you company on the way, seeing as our rooms are in the same direction and all. Besides, no one should be forced to walk the hallways around here alone.
There's plenty of people around.
So, here we are. The old room, huh? It's not bad. Functional. Solid construction. Almost cozy. Love the antique furnishings from the early Fisto collection. Full transparency, Hunter. There's another reason I asked to join you here. Other than my abject terror of this entire facility. Stopped here before, while you were out. Wanted to surprise you with a nice little housewarming present. Was all set to write you a lovely welcome note, but I'm fairly certain that wasn't red ink in your quill.
I took a sip of water. It went immediately down my air pipe. Oh, fuck. And then when I tried to back away from the microphone while coughing, I knocked the microphone stand over and it crashed to the ground. I am so sorry. Mate, what a time. My microphone can't. There we go. It's broken, I don't think, but it certainly should be. Okay. Congratulations, Mate! 100,000 channel points. I am gonna run out of VIP badges. Let me see. How do I do this? That on right now. Down. Oh. Knocking over my microphone changed my settings. Oh dear. Hold on. Is this more normal? Nah, that's still a bit low. On my microphone itself, I have a minus 10 decibels and minus 20 decibels option. And when I knocked over my mic, it went instantly to minus 20. Thank you for letting me know. That's why you're a VIP, Mate. Oh, no, it's 97 that mentioned it first. Oh, shit, well. Thank you, 97, as well. Okay, music pause. Back to game. Whoops. 97 is best mod, that's why. Best mod, not even mod. Okay, what the hell was going on whilst I was having a fit? Stopped here before while you were out. Wanted to surprise you with a nice little housewarming present. It's all set to write you a lovely welcome note, but I'm fairly certain there wasn't red ink in your quill. Joke? Quill? What quill? He likes a good joke. He's a jokester.
But I do not have a quill.
Even better.
Relax, Tony. I simply jest. It is an ink derived of the spider lily flower. Red spider lily flowers.
Of course it was. Obviously.
With just a touch of amphibian blood. For power.
Haha! Another zinger. and we'll just leave it at that.
We made him uncomfortable.
Well, I suppose I should leave before whatever monstrosity that is most definitely hiding under your bed jumps out, rips my face off, and then proceeds to feast on my soul. I'll leave you to it.
May your sleep be filled with pleasant dreams, Tony.
Right back at you. Oh, and if you hear the shrieking of a grown man, please ignore it. It's just me, walking to my room.
My man is now available for combat missions. Good. Tony's present.
Hi, I'm Tony Stark, but if you're hearing this message, you already know that. When I'm not saving the world, I solve the world's problems with technological means, like the one you're holding. I call it the Spark, a secure information and communication device built only for superheroes. It does all the usual, private messages, pictures, and calls for some reason. But it also comes with access to Superlink, a private social network exclusively for your cape-wearing, world-saving compatriots. You might ask, Tony, aren't you just repurposing a failed product from your communications division? If you do, I'll revoke access and let everyone else know you're a jerk. I call it the Wonder Man rule.
We have a cell phone. Superlink is your connection to the rest of your team, a social network just for superheroes. Check your Superlink frequently for updates from other heroes in the Abbey. New post is added to Superlink. First post. Nico, what do you mean? We've had Superlink for months now. We used it every day. I meant first post that the Hunter sees. Robbie, we can't keep doing this when someone new joins Superlink. Yes, I can. He means he will throw your spark in the lagoon. You wouldn't do that, right, Blade? Right, Blade? Fine, last time. Oh, Robbie. Over a week ago. First we make Wanda leave, now we leave her to die. Some heroes. I assure you that is not the case. She was sent to you for protection. I see how that worked, Supreme Sorcerer. Oh. We both know it was more complicated than that, Miss Rasputin. Took Wanda as my apprentice for a reason. Have faith she can handle herself. Strange did everything he could to get to Wanda. So did I in the Hunter. Take a breath, Ileana. We'll get her back soon enough. Wanda should be here with us. Of that I am in agreement. Even superheroes argue over the internet. Wild. There's a lot going on here, and I don't even want to look through it all. Journal, page, closet, and painting. Closet.
There never was enough room for my armor in this thing.
Loss earned from missions can be spent to unlock new cosmetic options for the Hunter and heroes, including outfits to wear around the Abbey. Select and purchase a new Abbey outfit for the Hunter. Casual. Nice. I mean, that does look good. Rare athletic. So does the athletic black. I think I like the trousers most. I'll go with the black for now. Look good. Hunter's Journal, April 3rd, 1703. Aunt Sarah wants me to practice my letters, so here I am. Every time I dip this pen in ink, I just want more and more to go out beyond the yard, into my secret spots. I left my dolls scattered about before the storm. I'm afraid they're hurt. The dolls hold grudges? Agatha says they don't. I still feel sad for them.
My old journal. Maybe it is time I start writing in it again.
Complete item collections to gain special rewards. Cool. More costumes. The dog.
We were all so happy then.
Agatha and Sarah with Hound. Painted by Sally Owens. Guess we can't leave. It is raining pretty hard.
Okay.
They're everywhere! We must fall back! To where?
The book! Is she reading from the book? Then we advance. No! Hold the line! I can stop her. Only I can stop her!
Puppy.
Charlie! I know. I missed you too.
Let her enjoy the moment.
Uh-oh.
She's been visiting your door every morning for the past 300 years.
Oh, it must have been so hard on her.
Not just her. I suppose that's why I might have been a little curt before.
A little?
You already made the ultimate sacrifice once. Maybe I'm in no rush to see you do it again.
We do not choose our destiny.
But we can choose to duck.
First lesson you ever taught me.
And still the most important. Especially now that you have all these eyes on you.
I have noticed.
To these people, you are a being of myth and legend. A grand hero of old. And they're right. You are a hero. But I also know the battle that rages within your soul. It's not enough that you are a hero. You need to decide what type of hero you will be. I'm sure there will be plenty of opportunity for that in the days to come. For now, I would head to the forge. Our new guests are eager to show you something.
Can you pet the dog, though?
This was a lot easier when it was just you and I beheading the Dark Legion as we traipsed through the woods.
Don't forget about Agatha.
I never could. Charlie was restless all night. I should have known something was wrong. We'll talk more later, but for now, Stark has requested your presence in the forge. I think he has another present for you.
Can pet the dog.
Good girl, Charlie.
Charlie. Oh. The dog.
Who's a good girl? It is my Charlie girl.
We need a much bigger bed for you. Very prepared for you to pet the dog multiple times. Hold on. Gotta do it 3 times.
Hello, my sweet girl.
A demon dog.
Next thing I know, the sanctum is airborne and covered in slime.
I don't get it. Strange couldn't just magic his way in?
Something about the whole alien thing threw off his mojo.
That explains so much. No wonder he gets so strange around me. See what I did there?
I'm a vampire. I see everything.
This is gonna be a fun apocalypse.
I'd hate for it to be a boring dystopia.
Making nice with the big guns.
I thought Caretaker told him no more guns in the house.
Captain Marvel is an exception.
So, he's supposed to be playing nice, right?
Right, and now Stark is hard at work in the forge coming up with something for the Hunter?
Subtle.
The Hunter needs it after that last beating.
Man, can't wait till it's my turn for another.
A little bit of...
Prepare for a long wait.
For all of us. Or hasn't it sunk into that flaming skull of yours yet?
Hey, don't take it so personally. It's not like they forgot about us.
We'll see.
Okay. Interesting.
Heard you had a nightmare. In the words of Agami Ito, don't be afraid. Bad dreams are only dreams.
Let's talk later, Hunter. Tony'll start pouting if you keep him waiting too long.
A little bit stuttery at times, but get better.
Now? Think you can tell your friend inside there to turn it up a few hundred Kelvin?
I could. However, it might shatter the containment spell preventing him from incinerating this facility.
I think we're good. And just in time.
The Forge has
Did not like that.
Changed.
Right. Caretaker said this all happened after your siesta. What spooky castle would be complete without its own Babylonian demon-powered furnace?
Sumerian fire demon. His name is Babs.
Oh, now it all makes sense.
So close to bats.
Well, once you get past the esoteric terror of the situation, I found this thing actually has some uses. Molecular bonding, breaking down evil gamma serums, fashion accessorizing.
Yes, speaking of...
Oh, right. It's ready.
Your armor seemed to offer minimal protection against the venom creature.
I noticed.
Yeah, I thought you could use an upgrade.
Well hammered. Well fired. Caretaker did not mention that you two were such skilled smithies.
Yep. I am Iron Smithy.
Perhaps you should just try it on. Still think I could have used a cloak.
Stylish, damn near indestructible.
Ooh.
And we even got the size right.
The game does not like this
For our
room.
first collaboration.
I still think it could have benefited from a cloak.
You think everything could benefit from a cloak? Oh, I've heard the things you whisper to your cape when you think no one's listening.
Ah, the joys of sharing a workspace.
Uh,
And I'll have you know, this cloak has helped me save the universe from extinction on countless occasions.
Could you at least tell it to stop rearranging things on my side of the cave?
I have, but it considers you something of a slob.
You know, I have a great psychiatrist in the city. Maybe you should talk to him. Although, I think he's working for Hydra right now.
Okay, that seems to work a little bit better. Banter feels like it goes a bit overboard sometimes, and just whips out gold like Strange wanting more cloaks. Yeah, I agree. There is a lot of dialogue in this game. However, there is a part of me that also likes that. As playing Persona, there's a lot of reading. A lot of reading. So just letting them talk for a little while is nice at times. Occasionally, I just want to get through to the next combat.
Quite well, but how are you holding up on the inside? I know it's easy to look upon me and simply see the universe's utmost authority on all things mystical and macabre, Hunter. However, in addition to being Earth's sorcerer supreme, I am also your doctor.
You mean a physician of the medical arts? You jest.
I assure you, Hunter, I do not jest. They don't call me Mr. Strange, now do they? Except for Tony. Your awakening ritual was admittedly a touch more chaotic than I had originally intended, and well, after your violent encounter with Venom, my oath to Hippocrates compels me to check in with you. Simply put, how do you feel?
Let's be nice.
You lost much yesterday, Doctor. I am the one who should be asking you how you are feeling.
I appreciate that, Hunter. I admit I did not expect the child of Lilith to have the capacity for such empathy. And you're right, of course. I, for one, do not know if I will ever feel 100% again after the events of yesterday. I still can't believe what transpired. The sanctum, all that knowledge, Wanda, lost. Swallowed whole by the black mouth of that foul venom creature. With all my resources, all my gifts, I should have seen this outcome spelled out in the sacred geometry of this universe years ago. But I miscalculated.
I was never any good at math either.
I would rather stand down a horde of rampaging Lilith than face one of Agatha's mathematics puzzles. Sacred or not, geometry be damned.
I'd be lying if I said it wasn't my least favorite requirement in pre-med. Still, if only I had studied harder, I would have reached some deeper understanding that could have altered this outcome.
We will alter this outcome, Doctor.
On that, we most certainly agree, Hunter. It's not just the Sanctum Sanctorum that was lost yesterday, it was my protege, Wanda. She is my charge, my responsibility, and I failed her. But I am determined not to let that happen with you, Hunter, which is why I am here to answer any questions you may have. Perhaps my wisdom may benefit you more than it has me thus far.
Look at that point in his beard. Poke someone's eye out with that thing. Way better to hear the banter than have to read it? Yes, my feeling exactly. And if you don't want to be a part of it, you can just walk away. This is not a bad thing. By hearing banter, as long as you have control. Yeah, again, agreed. You can skip through it if you want. And they don't talk slowly either. Talking slowly is like a real buzzkill. Really slow things down. I mostly watch YouTube videos on ×2 speed, for example. You were also gifted Dead Space. Nice, hope you enjoy it. Get going. What is Venom?
That creature on the roof. You have run into it before?
Unfortunately, yes. In the simplest of terms, Venom is an alien species living in symbiosis with a human known as Eddie Brock. He's something of a fixture in New York these days, but typically his hijinks are confined to harassing Spider-Man.
Lilith seems to have found other uses for him.
My mother has a gift for bringing out the worst in people.
Yes, and in this case, I happen to be the direct victim of her ambition. I fear the Sanctum may never be the same.
About the protection.
Tell me about your Sanctum's wards of protection. I have never heard of a protection spell that powerful.
In your time, I'm sure you've encountered a variety of minor wards and protective spells. The Sanctum Sanctorum was shielded by one such incantation, but greatly amplified by the convergence of ley lines.
Ley lines?
Ley lines?
Often dismissed as pseudoscience in the modern day, ley lines actually represent the convergence of magical energies formed within the Earth itself. Ancient civilizations built their temples along these lines, tapping into the power flowing through them. 2 such lines converge at the Sanctum's location. Needless to say, the wards benefit greatly.
Wanda.
How did Wanda come into your care?
Wanda's story is quite tragic and perhaps not mine to tell. There was an accident on the Abbey grounds not long ago involving Agatha.
Agatha?
I feel like everyone is avoiding mention of Agatha.
I can't say I'm surprised, but I'm afraid it's really not my place. You should speak to Sarah about her when you're ready.
You have to go.
Let us talk later.
Visit whenever you like. It's not often I get to converse with a true legend.
Tony, my man, what you got for me?
I hate to admit it, but somehow this ancient forge puts any arc reactor I've got to shame. Who would have thought mystically bound demon power would be so damn energy efficient? Or carbon neutral? Certainly got that new suit of yours done a lot faster than I expected. Speaking of, what's the verdict, boss?
Why is there a demon in the forge?
Tell me about this demon. Why is it there?
Well, you would probably know more about that than me. I'm still working on a way to keep track of everything that goes bump in the night around here. Whatever they've got trapped down there, it's hotter than hell by a few thousand Kelvin, very pissed off, and really good at weaving synthetic microblends. But tools are just one part of the equation. You gotta know how to use them too. You were out, what, 300 years before we woke you from your eternal rest? I'm betting you have questions, so ask away, Hunter.
New suit.
I take it this new version is a technological marvel?
Impact-resistant carbon composites, some patent-pending alloy mesh, and a few touches from Dr. Spooky over there. And hey, the built-in communicator means we can talk to each other without sending a raven.
I want to say this, but it'll probably harm my relationship with Tony. Say it anyway. I don't know what half those words are, but I think there's an insult buried in there.
I may be a few hundred years behind, but I know that tone.
Oh, you are a sharp one. But no, I'm insulting the situation.
You don't seem to like magic much.
Is all this magic a threat to your new technology?
It might surprise some people to hear this, but I do like some things with rules. Isotope decay, magnetic fields, and gamma oscillation make a lot more sense to me than Eye of Newt, bat wings, and a sprinkle of sunshine. At least they did before everything changed.
Before the Fire Nation attacked? So why is your best friend a wizard?
But you and the doctor seem to work well together.
Well, no need to put a label on things. The guy is good at making sense of this madness every now and then. He's not talking to his cape.
Anything strange? Oh, he's gonna make a joke about Doctor Strange.
Seen anything strange around here?
What, other than my roommate? Boom! Roasted!
Predictable.
But on a more serious note, this place is legitimately haunted. Mirrors look back at you. My room rearranges itself. And worst of all, magic. Cats.
Cats? A black cat?
Was it suspiciously elusive, even for a cat?
Actually, yes. Thought I was going crazy there for a second, but clearly I'm still firing on all cylinders. It just poofed in next to me out in the yard. Small, black, furry. Cute little thing. Probably some kind of shape-shifting monster knowing this place.
What sorts of things are you doing in here?
I'd like a cat.
Oh, that's right. You were out a while. Basically, we've got a gigantic demon inside the magic box here that provides near limitless power for whatever we might need. Sounds insane, but sometimes it's easier to just go with it.
Don't ask questions. It's a game mechanic. Can we use this against Venom?
Okay, so why not magically create a way through that symbiote shield?
Have you ever known it to work that way? We can't just wish upon a star here. We need to know what we're making first and put together the right components. Otherwise, I'd have already whipped up Strange a new personality.
Zing.
You must have an interesting origin story of your own.
Well, just your typical American boy. Pops was a founding member of the military-industrial complex. Mom, a famous socialite. Tragedy struck when I lost them both in a car crash, which turned out to be a hit from a rival corporation. I spent my early teens at MIT, trying to clear my head, and was all set to follow in Dad's footsteps as a war profiteer. Then one day, fortune shined on me, in the the form of some errant shrapnel that lodged itself just above my heart. So I did what anybody in that situation would do. I built a super suit and started fighting crime.
Guess it all worked out.
You seem well adjusted enough, considering.
Exactly, which means there's hope for you yet. I find these apocalypse scenarios will save you tons of therapy.
I see it.
Thanks for catching me up on things.
Anytime. Oh, and speaking of things, remember that creepy gamma goop you found from that hopped-up Hydra soldier? Well, I gave it a peek, and it explains a lot. If you have a minute, meet me at the anvil over there, and I'll walk you through it. I promise it'll be worth your time.
At the anvil? Gamma coil analysis.
Now, I doubt advanced gamma thermodynamics was a hot topic at ye old demon hunting school, so I'm just gonna give you the condensed version.
I appreciate that.
Closest I've ever seen to this substance is pumping through Bruce's veins. Part gamma accelerant, part unknown element. Calling it coil for now, given its unique atomic structure. Man, I love acronyms. This stuff is more volatile than Nick Fury on a Monday morning. But Hydra doesn't seem to mind.
They are using it to get stronger.
Exactly. A few drops would make your average salamander look like Fin Fang Foom.
Fin Fang Foom?
Thankfully, with a little help from Dr.
God,
Spooky
they need to use Fin Fang Foom in something.
Haunted oven over here, I think two can play at this game.
You are not suggesting we start injecting ourselves with it.
No, nothing like that. Though I can see some future applications for my energy drink line. I was thinking we apply this stuff towards upgrading our equipment.
I like where this is going.
Just give me a little time here and I can whip up some pretty fun toys. How about we give Hydra a taste of their own gamma-powered medicine for a change? Welcome to Tony's Scary Demon Cave. I'm Tony, and how may I assist you today?
Thanks, Tony. I'll take macchiato with coconut milk. Hold the foam and hold the coffee.
Big Tony's Forge of Mystery.
And hold the water. I'll just take some milk. Thanks. Use the coil material recovered in combat to create hero abilities. Heroes Hunter Strange Blade.
Analyzing it. Take your pick, Hunter.
Maybe some boba? Ooh, yeah. Okay. I did use a lot of Make 'em Bleed. More quick strikes would be good too. Sadly, we have all of these already. Make 'em bleed.
Hunter, when you have a minute, come meet me in the yard.
Tales of our endeavors proliferate.
Oh, jeez. Wowzer, he tried to warn us. Barely got in here in time. Belly, thanks so much for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome, raiders. I'll give you a little shout out. I forget. Shout out, Ellie Mansa. There it is. How is everyone doing? It's nice to meet you, Wowzer. Great name. Love it. Radical Surge music. Sounds heavy. Love it. Welcome in. Mugladster. A new item on McDonald's menu, perhaps? Welcome. And of course, Felly. Felly. It's good to see you again. How are you? Come in peace to raid. I will be the judge of the peace. We shall see. Nice to meet you though, Kunsa. Kunsa? Kunsa 76? I don't know. You're just very tired. Have you been keeping alright? Yeah, we're doing well.
Here's to no beginnings.
Thank you for the follow, Kunsa 76. How would you prefer to be called? I like to check occasionally when I struggle with a name, especially. Yeah, I've been okay. In and out of doing things, like for the last month. So I've not been on Twitch for a while. Or being sick. I have been sick for a bit too. And I can kind of feel something else may be coming back too. Well, fingers crossed. Get over it. It's been a pretty busy month though. And we still got a couple weeks left of it being busy. So I can't stream as much as I'd like, but occasionally we get the chance to sit down, play a new game, and actually enjoy it. I'm enjoying this. This, by the way, is Marvel Midnight Suns. For anyone that is unaware, Spire new game. And for anyone that doesn't know who I am, you can call me Bats or Batsy. Do voice acting things here. Generally just try to have like a chill time. So good you said it right, Kunsa? Or Kunsa? I don't know. Been busy and then being sick can really throw you for a loop. Other way around for me. Well, no. Actually, that was true as well. Busy with pre-Christmas stuff. And then we got sick. For a long time. Like 2 or 3 weeks. And then we got busy again. And now here we are. And we're getting a little bit sick again. So it's constant on and off. There's a chance the usual might happen soon. I might fall asleep. You're more than welcome to notice it. Really. I take it as a great compliment that people fall asleep to my streams. And I'm sorry if I ever wake you up. I gained a copy of a currently equipped ability. Taken to the yard, duplicate abilities can be combined into new, more powerful versions. The blade. Right.
That is something.
Of Agamotto. One of the few artifacts recovered from the Sanctum Sanctorum. Powerful energy emanates from the inside as the orb seems to rotate indefinitely. It's like a little planet. But yeah, I hope you have had a great stream, Felly. Stuff. But if you or anybody else needs to dip after the stream, after your stream that is, you're more than welcome to. Make sure you get enough rest, food, water, whatever it is that you need. Prioritize that. What's up, Blade?
Welcome to the yard. At least that's what we're calling it these days. Caretaker put me in charge of your training. Too bad she didn't listen to me yesterday. Now that we know what we're up against, I think we can all use the practice. Any questions?
Yeah?
I did, but they are about you.
Right when it's time to train? From all Sarah told us about you, she never described you as lazy.
Not sure the Blade's gonna be the joking type. We can talk after.
Train first, then talk.
All right, then.
I knew you'd like that. Okay. It's really fun. You haven't called Slime Roger to it, super cute. I haven't yet. I didn't play the first either. Hello. Looking good, Carol?
Before we trained, you had questions. Go on. Ask.
I didn't train, but okay. There she go.
Thanks, Blade.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Actually, maybe I should do those questions now.
Sup?
About you.
Can I ask about you?
I guess.
Tell me about your name.
Is your name really Blade?
Is your name really the Hunter?
Yes?
Oh, really? Your mom, before she became the mother of demons, looked into your cradle and decided to name her firstborn child the Hunter.
That is how I understand it.
It takes all kinds.
So, is your name really Blade?
No.
What is it?
It's private.
Is it embarrassing?
No, the Hunter, but I only share it with friends.
You do not consider me a friend?
Not yet. Don't take it personally.
The first one is good too. The first Slime Rancher. Okay. You have seen bits and pieces of the first one. Is it a game where you would recommend playing both the first Slime Rancher and then the second? Or would it just now be more economic to just go to Slime Rancher 2? If you were to recommend them. Which I'm feeling you are. Epic voice, do you narrate for audiobooks? Ah, thanks, Radical. Appreciate that. Audiobooks? No? We do some voice acting. I say we. I do some voice acting. Occasionally. I think it's good to play the first one. The second one assumes you know the characters. Oh. It's character-driven. I didn't know that. I just always saw people capturing different shaped slimes and thought that was it. I didn't know if there was some kind of story there. Always been half vampire.
How did you become a Dampier?
You say that like I had a choice. I was born this way.
How is that possible?
A vampire bit my mother. Problem was, I was still in the womb. I'm lucky I was even born. Don't know if that's how it always is, but that's the way it went down for me.
Oh, I should say, as for audiobooks, we do read a lot here at this Twitch stream. So if you want to hear some books being read, you're more than welcome to just drop a follow, and eventually we'll get around to it. In fact, it's one of the channel redemption things. You should read something. So, while professionally, no, but yes, at the same time. Mostly slime farming, but there is a storyline, and it's super cute. How did I not know that there was a story to Slime Rancher? As soon as it's not EA anymore, I'm jumping on it. I need more slimes. Oh. I didn't know that you were a big slimer either, Ash. Wow. A sleeper hit. Passed me by.
How long have you been around?
I don't exactly know. I think of myself as mid-20s, maybe. I lost a lot of time. Much of the last century was a blur. I have occasional memories, almost like coming up for air before being yanked back down into the depths.
What happened?
I killed a lot of vampires. I hadn't lost my mind exactly, but I got into a rhythm and never stopped. Never had a reason to stop. Not until I met Caretaker.
And then?
She gave me a reason to stop.
What brought you to the Abbey?
Caretaker. About 10 years ago, she brought me back to the real world. Gave me a place to stay until I came back to myself.
Did she ever say why?
She said she thought I'd be able to kill more vampires if I was acting on more than just instinct. But I know it was more than that. She gave me safe haven here at the Abbey, something I'd never known. Must have read half the books in the library by the time I headed out. So when she reached out and asked me to be part of this weird little club, of course I showed up.
Oh, so you met the caretaker before the Midnight Suns were even forming. Interesting.
Tell me about the Midnight Suns.
All right.
Why join a team?
Why did you join? Vampire hunting is a solitary affair.
Guess I never found the right team.
Is that all?
No, but that's all I'll share for now. You really want to know? Put in the work. If I trust you, I'll have more to say.
Alright, we gotta build a relationship with Blade.
What can you tell me about the others?
Nothing. Ask them yourself.
I'm not asking you to break anyone's confidence.
Fine. Which one?
Who are any of these people?
Tell me about Nico.
She's the youngest, but she acts like she's in charge.
Why let her act like that?
She's usually right, and she keeps us on track. I didn't think we'd get along, but we wouldn't be the Midnight Suns without her.
What makes you say that?
She has a lot of heart, and that's why we let her. Who else?
What about Robbie?
He's exactly what he seems. Well, sort of. He's open with people, easygoing. Sometimes that comes across as dopey, but don't get the wrong impression. He's quick to make friends, and once he does, he's your friend for life. So don't let him down, or I'll hold it against you. Anyone else?
What do you know about magic?
Keeps to herself.
That is it?
She's a private person. Until she lets you in, that's all you need to know.
When does she let people in?
At her own pace. Respect that, and it'll happen faster than you think. Who else?
Tell me what you think of Sarah.
Well, there are few people I tolerate, even less who I like. Sarah I respect. She sees the big picture, and we're a part of it. I'd follow her to hell if I had to. And from what I understand, we may have to.
I am surprised she commands such respect.
I'm surprised that you're surprised. You know what she's like more than any of us.
I do.
Anyone else?
Nobody else.
Sure.
Ones who experience games the way you're comfortable with. The early access is very hit and miss. Right. Like, early access didn't bother me so much when I bought Hades in early access. But I did buy that game very close to the end of its early access journey. But I do get it. It's very hard to get into a game early and then just ride the wave as it's being developed. Like Coral Island, right? We streamed that once, and because it was still so far away from being done, I don't really have any desire to go back to it, even though it looks like a great game, or the start of a great game. Kinda diminishes the want to play, in a sense.
Do you have any thoughts on the team as a whole?
I think we're the only ones aware of the danger Lilith poses to this world. And I think we're pretty green. But enough training will get us through it. Or it won't, and we'll all die.
Thanks, Blade.
Sure. What's up?
I don't think there was anything else.
Thanks,
No.
Blade.
Sure.
Just gotta do the training. Okay, upgrade.
Time to take it to the next level.
Whoever possesses 2 copies of an ability, they can be combined to create a new, more powerful version. So we have 2 of everything for each character. But I'm guessing you get more abilities, or different abilities down here, as they level up. And then if you get duplicates, you can upgrade them. Draw 2 cards, and the next 3 bladed cards apply 2 bleed. That's pretty good.
Caretaker could have at least left me a chair.
Hey, Carol.
Hey. Like the way you move out there, Hunter. Guess Dr. Strange picked the right supernatural demon hunter to resurrect. I'm Carol Danvers, but you can call me Captain Marvel. Kidding. Carol's fine. Just thought I'd throw a bone to the Avengers PR team.
Okay.
Not gonna lie, going a few rounds in Vampire Guy's Magic Thunderdome sounds like fun, but we've got bigger fish to fry. Well, not so much fish as that ginormous invulnerable sewer monster that swallowed the Sanctum.
Just give me another shot.
The venom creature surprised me before. He will not do so again.
That thing's tougher than a flirkin' furball. You better steer clear of him and his creepy slime shield for a while. Strange, Caretaker, and the rest of the funky bunch can try and magic their way through that shield all they want. If my time as a pilot taught me one thing, it's that sometimes you've got to find a workaround. As in Hydra, they've got to know the way inside. Steve's always said they aren't much for talking, but then again, I'm told I can be rather persuasive when I need to be.
Is there any point in her actually lifting those weights? Surely she needs to be lifting cars for any effect to happen. How persuasive.
Just how far are you willing to go, Captain?
Let's just say that I'm willing to unleash the power of a quantum singularity white hole on them if need be.
A quantum what?
You'll see. Find me in the war room when you're finished here. There's a few things we should discuss. Oh, and Hunter? Welcome back from the dead.
Hey, now we can use Captain Marvel. Again.
On the prowl?
If I Captain Marvel in the war room. Isn't he cool?
Can't wait to pound some steel. Gonna glue my lats 3 times as big. That's what Robbie sounds like every time he hits the weights.
Okay. Meditating?
Fine, speak. Yes?
It's a pool. Oh.
I needed that.
A little water rod. Barely a stone at all, this blue-black topaz almost seeps through the fingers when held. It smells strongly of a tide pool, and if held to the air, sounds of the sea. We found a secret. Maybe they're super dense magic weights? That could be. A wholly unnecessary part of the game.
Relaxing.
Okay. Superheroes gotta relax too.
Nothing is certain these days, but these readings are too distinct to ignore. The gamma signature is...
Sorry, Bruce, we lost you. Did you say gamma?
Yes,
Hang on a second. Come on, Tony. You managed to stream the Super Bowl to a Kree battleship 50 light years out. This should be easy.
Oh, we waited all year for that game, and you know the Skrulls would have spoiled it for us if they got the chance.
Well, can't you just... I don't know.
The gamma signature is completely inverted. The daughter nuclei are being reabsorbed into the parent nuclei, which is impossible.
If the gamma signature from the Sanctum is really that unique, Bruce, then couldn't we just...
Sorry, still working out a few gremlins in the system.
Try sunlight, and whatever you do, avoid water.
Oh, wait, you're being serious?
We should be able to track this new gamma signature to its source then, right? I'd do it myself, but we seem to be having a little IT trouble today.
Please. Old Central here is ready to grind through that data like chum.
What exactly is a central?
CENTRAL. Cognitive encryption, net transmogrification. We'll figure it out later.
Sending coordinates now. Hope your gremlins enjoy gamma spectroscopy.
Well, he's been a little moody lately, ever since, you know, the problem with the big old green guy.
I heard that.
Banner can't turn into the Hulk? Not sure if we should be frightened or relieved.
That makes two of us.
Oh, hey. Come on. Happens to everyone. Well, okay, not everyone.
Nice work, Bruce.
I know that place. Creepy abandoned warehouse in the bad guy part of town.
My favorite kind. Anybody up for paying it a visit?
Definitely.
Played again.
Aw,
immediately.
see that? Teamwork goosebumps.
Come on every mission if you could.
Find me when you're ready.
Multi-million-dollar piece of experimental technology, and she kicks it.
Faustian bargain. Gamma coil and an artifact.
It was just recently that the Hudson Yards Development Restoration Association purchased this entire block. I'll let you think about that one for a minute.
Hudson Yards Development Association? Restoration Association? That's not even subtle. Love their acronyms, huh? These are cool intros.
Let's see. Trench coat, sunglasses at night, brooding personality. Something tells me these midnight warehouse raids are pretty normal for you.
Very.
This area in particular?
Occasionally. Good for a late night snack.
Oh.
Normally I just... Oh.
The falafel place down the road. Stays open till 3.
Oh, right, sure. Only maybe next time say it less vampire-y.
Damn, I missed something there. Alright, going on the mission. Carol.
One of these days, I'll join you on a mission, and you will see what I am really capable of.
Sounds good.
Gamma signatures and unstable isotopes aren't really in my wheelhouse, so we'll be patching Dr. Banner through from Avengers Tower once you reach the other side.
Not bad for our first team-up.
Almost feels like cheating. You two on our side.
Almost feels like cheating. Is that a statue of Agatha? There's a difficulty level at any time for a gradual increase in challenge, but a significant increase in gloss and hero XP. I quite like that. Yeah, I may increase the difficulty eventually. We've only had one KO on our side, and that was from a boss, so don't feel too bad.
Probably can scratch abandoned off the description of this place. You seeing this, Bruce? Getting all sorts of weird down there.
Johann Fenhoff. That hack. I heard he was dead. Well, hoped is perhaps a more accurate description.
Calls himself Faustus now.
Dr. Faustus, smartest fanatic in the room. It is a small
Hydra's
room.
resident mad scientist.
Not just Hydras. Liliths. That's magic coming from those crates. I can feel it.
Yeah? How about gamma radiation? You feeling that too? Because that's some pretty evil-looking Hydra tech down there.
Gamma and magic.
I need you to use your science brain on this one, Bruce.
We need to approach this situation carefully. Combining those energies is an explosive proposition at best. Think scalpel, not hammer. Stealth, not strength.
Yeah, I don't do stealth.
Kill them.
We didn't want to fly into the building after ripping off the window. No, we'd rather stay on the roof and defeat these guys instead of going after Faustus. Got it. Fine.
I always considered Faustus a bit of a crackpot, but his fundamental science must be sound. The device would have surely exploded otherwise after your display, Carol.
Learned it by watching you, Bruce.
I learned it from watching you. Draw Captain Marvel cards until you have 3 in your hand. Okay. Let's do make 'em bleed.
Time's up with these chumps.
Okay. Game block equal to damage dealt. There's a lot of enemies here already. I went this. This way first. Another level up.
Still in my prime.
Force an enemy to target this unit, and you will get a little bit of damage back. Damage and taunt each enemy in a line.
A wise decision.
So take my lunch break. Nice to meet you, Bats. Enjoy this, Emmy. Oh, thanks so much for the follow, Radical. Appreciate that. It's nice to meet you as well. Hopefully, possibly, see you around some. Enjoy the rest of your day and have a good lunch break. Let's be on the other side of the world. Wild. Either way, enjoy. There's gotta be a way. Oh, 43% chance to just knock them in. We should probably take that, right? Hey.
Weak, even for Hydra.
Instant KO. Wonderful.
that works.
Switch to Captain Marvel. Go over here and do a line beam. That'll hit all three of them. The explosion may even kill this guy at the back. Yep, he's dead. Oh no, he's on one. Oh dear. Oh, that's that.
Forever in service.
One damage left. Yeah.
You don't know who you're messing with.
Reinforcements on approach.
Okay. Tactics mode allows you to quickly assess the entire battlefield and the condition of enemy units. Left shift.
I've never been one to buy into the science of magic, but the data I'm seeing is hard to ignore.
Okay.
There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio.
You know you're talking to a vampire, an alien hybrid, and a resurrected demon hunter, right?
So that is just a normal explosion.
That's a neat trick.
Think these guys got their tactics from the back of a magazine.
Still within range.
You are lucky to still be breathing. Was that truly your best? You had your chance to escape. Hydra standards have fallen a great deal.
Pretty sure we can kill from here. If we can move there. Yeah. Get him, dude. Nice and easy. Is that 2 turns?
Go, now, quickly! Let's go, go, go!
The perfect opportunity to field test Mother's device. Get her!
That could not have been healthy. Cover artifact, recover the artifact from the truck. Retrieve the mysterious artifact from the truck. Break the Hydra Shield Guard's protection to access the truck. Use the card. Gotcha.
For the record, Bruce, I did not smash that thing.
Noted, Carol. Perhaps you might direct all that energy towards your newfound adversaries instead. And the mysterious cargo they're attempting to escape with?
So, Captain Marvel just absorbed a bomb? Device? Let's say device. That used both gamma radiation energy and magic as its core components. I think Carol is fucked. Any objective that is protected cannot be completed. Sure.
You really think that'll be enough?
Ooh, crit stake. Do a little bit of a heal. That'd be nice. Binary. The binary means it by playing Carol cards to generate Go Binary.
The light will heal you. How invigorating.
How are we gonna do this? A lot of enemies. All in a line, too. Well, that is nice. Yes, let's do that.
I saw a move like that once, centuries ago.
Captain Marvel can now go binary. Play 3 Captain Marvel cards will draw the Go Binary ability. At binary state, Captain Marvel will deal significantly more damage. And will lose her binary state once auto block has been removed. Can I go binary? Oh, we're already on it. Gotcha. Well, damn. I want to get rid of the crit ones. Let's go to this. No? I want to go to it.
Watch close.
They cannot possibly match your strength.
I think we'll be fine.
I doesn't control the situation. They must really want to piss me off.
I am not myself.
East.
Someone call for reinforcements? No one will touch you.
Dazed and unable to act, the other heroes must take a number of actions before the dazed effect wears off. Next to the health bar.
Preliminary analysis of the blast confirms high levels of gamma and various unknown energies.
Unknown to you, there is dark magic at work here. We must not let Hydra escape with it.
How are we going to do this? Probably re-roll a lot of this.
Here we go. Which arm are you guys again? Arm D, B team, third string.
Ooh. Immune's not back. Oh. Well, that's no good. Just gotta get rid of that shield.
I am impressed.
Great.
Who would have thought Captain Marvel is really strong? Wow. What a revelation. Oh.
Time for the real thing. You're gonna remember me.
Crystal clear. We won't be able to recreate Faustus's experiment or track potential future variants' gamma signatures without a baseline resonant sample from his initial occult catalyst.
Enemy area attacks will go off at the end of the turn. Use move or an ability to move any nearby heroes to safety. Knock enemies into the area attack to turn the tables from your foes. I could do that. However, these two are gonna die already. And I would love to use this big stone for something.
Less thing to worry about. Approximately 16,342 more to go. I suggest starting with the remaining Hydra forces in your vicinity.
I'll put this to use. They're mine.
That was something.
We move here to a photon beam. No. Not what I wanted, but that's okay.
Now I see why so many fear your strength.
Oh. We knocked him out. Where's he going?
These delays can be quite frustrating. Infuriating, even. I suppose by now I'd normally be tromping through the warehouse, hurling the puny truck at the moon.
Don't worry, Bruce. I've got a pair of torn purple pants with your name on them.
Need some quick moves, please. No.
Hell.
Really want to knock this down. It's not going to do anything. That's fine. Good job, Blade.
We've done it!
What is this thing?
Bad guy crate.
The loot box.
Bad guy stuff.
I know those symbols from the time of the first hunt. That glyph means barrier, that one almighty. Something, something, gods and demons.
So a spooky bad guy crate.
Very spooky. Designed to contain powerful magic. Be careful.
Got it. Don't cross the streams.
Never do. How about we get this thing back to the Abbey and see for ourselves?
This game is all jokes, references, and other one-liners. Only 2 stars? Damn. I suppose we could have done better. Finished in 6 turns rather than 5, which gets us 40. Okay, can she survive a Faustian bargain? Hunter's balance can be affected depending on how many light or dark abilities they play in combat. Oh, I didn't know that. Didn't know, the light and dark moves affected our morality. Or balance.
Nice job out there, kid. I mean, I didn't get Hydra bombed until my 10th run with the Avengers.
Kid? You do know that I'm a good 3 centuries older than you.
right? Then you've got a lot of catching up to do.
Okay, Abbey tournament tonight.
Sure about that? Last one got a little heated.
The eternal spirits of vengeance take technical fouls very seriously, especially in the fourth quarter.
Forget it. Tonight is movie night.
It is always movie night.
Exactly.
Wow, out of jail again? Who made this game? Wilson Fisk?
Well, if
It's
parking
Monopoly.
is free, clearly no one from Manhattan.
You
Very
know what
funny.
they say? All work and no play is how we ended up with Ultron. Come on. You should hang out.
I should rest. Another time.
Blade's arms are my favorite thing about this game at the minute.
Let me
They are
see.
wonderful.
How did this work again?
Never before have I wanted a half vampire, half human to lift me just into the air quite so badly. You guys send me a message. Nico, let's go bowling. That's essentially what this is going to be. Sins, hey. Welcome in. It's good to see you. I'm doing alright, and I hope you're doing good too. Tiara. Oh, hey, Tiara. It's good to see you too. How's everybody doing? It's wonderful to see you all. Paintings in my room keep floating around. Anything I can do? Trying to read, and all that hovering makes it hard to concentrate. Again? Goes to show Seraphimian incantations are good for nothing. Perhaps Faralian would yield more permanent results. Whatever you say. Can you make it stop? Can you bear it a while longer? My presence is required in the fort for a particularly sensitive refinement. No sweat. I'll cover them with sheets, or something. Someone else from the spooky crew help her out, preferably before Caroline angers the possessed paintings. Too late, they're agitated. I'll be in the war room until this gets resolved. How curious. When I arrive, the paintings were becalmed and in their proper place. You can thank me later. Whoa. Russian secrets. The Daily Bugle repo spot. Spider-Man and his amazing friends unleash monster upon city. Brilliant. Love it. Garish like a street manor sealed off by authorities. Or garish. When will the spider menace and his pet ink monster end their trail of destruction through Greenwich Village? Let's not forget about disgraced Surgeon Stephen Strange. Is he in cahoots with the web-slinging wrongdoer? Did he hope to turn his row house into a no house? Garish? By the Ancient One. Who runs this paper? Mephisto? Figures. Not even mentioned in the article. We heard from our pajama-clad friend. Still nothing. But based on the police-bound radio chatter we intercepted, I'd say they're closing in on Little Italy. Doubt they're stopping for a slice. Everyone knows it's all about the linguine clam sauce there. Unless you didn't say gabagool. Indeed, I met a gabagool once. We definitely do not want to invoke one of those right now. So, Spider-Man? Not that easy. These boys move too damn fast. Keep at it. Even in New York City, those two stand out. This is interesting. But also wastes time that could be done training. Or could be used as training. Greenwich deserves it? Oh, you know it? You familiar with the original Greenwich or the American Greenwich? How are you, Sins? How are you, Tiara? Keeping well, I hope. I hope you've had a good new year, even though we are almost in February now. The American one. That would make sense. Swooping in at the last second to save the day, leading away that carnivorous sludge monster to keep NYC safe. Just gonna say it, he's the astounding Spider-Man. He had too many words. Don't let those words or the red and blue pajamas fool you. Spider-Man is no joke. That looks like someone made a friend. Or like an enemy of an enemy. Starting to think we could use more of those. There's that all Avengers tolerate your spooky strange teammate attitude I was looking for. I know who's going for this month's Team Spirit Award. Hashtag Blade Cares. I should go train. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Hunter, you there? By the way, this is Nico. In case nobody gave you the rundown on how the spark works. Blade and Cap Marvel just filled us in. Free stuff, especially Faustus. And then they all just left me here alone. Just come hang out. Thank you, Nico. I am tired. Oh, that was not a request. Somebody's at the door. Doing well.
Good.
Busy as heck.
You answered. Getting hard to keep finding ways to say open door around here.
That sounds
And
familiar.
Despite what Robbie says, I don't think the staff of one speaks High Elven. Blood magic stuff. Cool room. Spacious. Aw, is that bed for Charlie?
Yes.
So, if you're planning on giving me some sort of brooding code of the stoic warrior speech, I'm immune. Just ask later magic. From what I just saw out there, whatever crazy ancient living weapons stuff Caretaker put you through back in the day did a real number on you. We got a lot of work to do.
Work?
Yeah, talking to people, making friends, basic human stuff. Or quasi-human. You're a midnight sun now. One of us.
Nico, I was just hydro bombed. I could use some rest.
You and me both. Been bad dreams every night for me lately. I, keep seeing Wanda. She... Never mind.
I will meet you outside.
Yes! I'll go nuke us some popcorn and you pick out a movie. Oh, and it may just be the two of us. The others went outside, needed to cool off. Really need to hang a fan over that forge. Or maybe crack open the casket of ancient wonders a little?
New hero available.
Despite almost getting blown up, it seems you did pretty well out there. Maybe there's hope for the world yet.
We can hang out.
Something tells me you don't have a favorite movie. Well, we can start you out with one of my favorites.
What is a movie?
I know this entire situation's gotta suck for you. Not just the whole resurrected, chosen one thing. I get why facing Lilith won't be easy. I was 15 when I found out my mother was capital E evil.
That's pretty awful.
Sorry to hear you went through that.
It was bad, but I learned to deal with it. It's the only way forward, right? Look, I'm glad my mother is gone, but yeah, at times I just want to hear her voice again. Some days I'd give anything to make that happen. Makes me hate her even more.
Sorry, dear.
I did not realize you carried such pain.
I just learned to bury it. You think I can afford a therapist on a superhero salary? I'm kidding. We don't get paid for this. Enough about our crappy parents. You missed out on decades of good movies. It's my solemn duty to fill this knowledge gap with the best examples I can provide. So, the first thing you need to know, the glowing briefcase is a metaphor. I really needed that.
Okay. 8 friendship points, +1 from the conversation. Love the activity. She's big into movies. Team player common Abby outfit. And gifted t-shirt for us.
So, what did you think of the movie?
I understood more than I should.
How? You've been dead for 3 centuries.
I'm not so sure I was dead. Not exactly. I recall a deep slumber, not the void. I dreamt.
Of what?
Of everything. Much of this world is familiar to me. I know it from my dreams.
That's not creepy at all. So, do you know everything?
No, Think of it like this. I know what a car is, but I have no idea how to drive.
You're up to date, but not omniscient. Then I'm guessing you don't know much about me.
Just what you shared earlier.
You're always free to ask. Like, what's the Staff of One? Or who were the Runaways?
Yeah, the stuff.
I had some questions about your staff.
I don't actually know much about this character.
But first, the basics. The Staff of One interprets words or phrases as spells, but it can only cast a spell once. No repeats.
How's it work?
Can you tell me how the Staff of One functions?
It's blood magic, so my own blood is required to summon it. You wouldn't believe how many adhesive bandages I go through each year.
What about the words you speak?
They come true. Kind of. And not always the way I expect. It's like making a wish, but you can never make the same wish again.
And the Runaways?
I had some questions about your old team.
The Runaways? Sure thing.
Who were the Runaways?
Who was on the team?
At first, Chase with his mad science gear, Molly, our pint-sized powerhouse, Carolina, the solar-powered sweetheart. Gert had a telepathic link to Old Lace, a genetically engineered Deinonychus from the 87th century. I handled the blood magic, though I didn't understand it much. And Alex, well, we don't talk about Alex.
How'd you become a team?
Were you all heroes who banded together?
No, we were normal kids. We saw each other once a year when our parents got together to reminisce. And then we found out two very disturbing things. First, our parents were supervillains who sacrificed children to evil gods. Second, each of us had some sort of powerful birthright. Our parents wanted us to follow in their footsteps.
Oh.
What did you do?
We ran, but eventually we realized only the 6 of us could stop our parents and their dark gods, so we faced them and stopped them from destroying reality as we know it. You know, typical kid stuff.
And where are they today?
Where are your friends now?
Molly attends Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. Carolina left Earth to marry alien nobility. Gert... She didn't make it. After Gert passed, Chase and I had a falling out. The last I heard, he and Old Lace are living at his family home in LA. As for Alex, he chose his side, and it wasn't ours. He died with our parents.
So you just killed all of your parents and a teammate? Damn.
I had some questions about your staff.
Go for it.
Powerful but limited.
If each magical effect is unique, do you worry you will run out of words?
Not really. I only use the staff's power when I truly need it. The rest of the time, I rely on more conventional means. Like, you know, magic.
I should go.
I should get going.
Good timing. Looks like Caretaker wants to speak with you, and wow, I should get to bed. Time flies when you're hanging out.
I was awkward. An awkward end to an otherwise good
I'm glad
evening.
to see you're using your free time productively. Looks like you're finding your way around. Maybe making some new friends.
I was planning on getting some rest, but...
Things are moving at a frantic pace. For all we know, I'll be landing a jet on the roof with Mr. Stark this afternoon. Not quite like it was in the good old days.
Change can be a good thing.
To stand still is to move back.
You got that one from Agatha. She used to say it all the time. I always preferred, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Used to.
I am sorry. I should have had this talk with you much sooner. But you should know... Agatha... she's no longer with us.
What? That is impossible. She was so...
fierce, indomitable, or maybe just kind to a fault.
How you doing?
The loss could not have been easy for you.
Thank you for that, but it's not just my loss. It's all of ours. And what makes this loss even harder to accept is that it was completely avoidable. Agatha died in an accident caused by her protege, Wanda Maximoff, the Scarlet Witch. The Midnight Sun's latest recruit, a powerful spellcaster in her own right. Perhaps the most powerful Agatha and I had ever seen. Wanda's abilities were growing. Too quickly for my liking. Agatha was determined to help her control them. I tried to caution her, but she would not listen. There was an incident. An accident, I'm sure, but...
Agatha was killed.
Yes, incinerated in an instant. Not even ash to remember her by. The others were heartbroken, as was I. But I also saw the danger, the threat, if Wanda's powers were left unchecked. So I did what needed to be done. I sent Wanda away, to the Sanctum Sanctorum, to study under Dr. Strange. I know the others still harbor a great deal of resentment towards me for it.
Oh, I don't know. Light, dark, neutral. Give up on her?
Was Wanda so different from me as a child? Was it that easy to send her away?
I didn't have a choice. Wanda's powers were beyond even her own control. And this time I had no Agatha to help me, as I had with you. I thought she would be safe with Strange. Ah, Wanda. Agatha. It seems we've lost them both now. I conjured a small shrine to Agatha's memory on the grounds, hoping to find some solace, a way to move forward. You should pay your respects. Maybe you'll find what I couldn't. Good night, Hunter.
Talking about Scarlet Witch a lot. She's now been grabbed by Lilith. Gotta be a big part of this game, I guess. Hunter can now follow the path of light or dark through their choices they make in the Abbey and the abilities they use in combat. Powerful rewards can be unlocked as hunters move down the path. Follow Charlie to Agatha's shrine. Charlie. Okay. Hi, Charlie. Oh. Mushrooms. More mushrooms. Ah, that's the cat. Oh. Agatha was a Jedi the whole time.
Agatha?
You always did have the most remarkable eyes, Hunter. Just like your mother's. Maybe that's why you're the first.
The first?
To commune with the spirits, of course.
Is this a trick of some kind? Because I am not amused.
No, it's no trick, dear. You're just the first to see me.
By now you've heard I had a bit of trouble with my corporeal body. I actually find it quite liberating.
You are dead.
Always straight to the heart of things. That's my hunter.
You seem strangely at ease about this whole thing.
After 1,000 years of living, you learn to take things in stride. Even death.
And what have you been doing all this time?
Meet me by the cave just over there. You know the one.
The Blood Gate? Caretaker always told me to stay away from that place.
I think we can safely lift the veil on a few more of our secrets. What's the worst that can happen?
The exploration side of this game is about to open up, I feel. I'd like to be as chill as Agatha when my time comes. What is that? Deserted ruins. Numerous haven locations.
What is it, Charlie? Find something?
On the Abbey grounds. Once discovered, a haven can be used for a special daytime hangout with a hero where the friendship rewards are increased. Each haven can only be used once. Each hero can only attend a single haven over the course of the game. Oh, very special locations. Sure. So I'm saying is if I die by finding some my heart stops, I won't be upset. Anything else will be met with scrutiny. I gotta proofread or pre-read your messages. I gotta get into that habit. I feel I'll end up saying something ridiculous if I don't.
This ominous-looking portal is known as a blood gate, and you're the only one among us who can pass through it.
Blood Gate? Caretaker's handiwork?
Yes, Sarah got a little overprotective after the accident with Wanda. It's become something of a habit for her.
I have noticed that.
What lies beyond is meant for you as much as it ever was for her. Assuming you're up to the challenge, that is.
You know I am.
I do. But it's always polite to ask.
Ominous indeed.
The portal awaits.
Trial of the Elder Gods. Ushter. Awaits locations barred. We're going to play level 1. Yeah, alright. We are level 3. Unequipped abilities can be salvaged for valuable essence in the edit deck screen. Okay. I guess you can only upgrade things so much.
Not what you were expecting, is it? There was a time when the blood stood within these celestial halls to prove their worth. This particular arena belongs to a goddess who often favored Sarah, Ashtur.
Sarah? Caretaker was here?
Nothing ever comes easy, dear. The Elder Gods felt their descendants needed to earn their blessings, which is why they created these trials to begin with.
Trials? I should have known.
This entire realm exists for that purpose. Trial by combat, with no chance of outside interference. Yes, but I may have found a loophole they never considered. Why don't you try summoning your four-legged friend?
Charlie!
Charlie?
Oh. Charlie.
The old gods are responsible for a great many creations, including your faithful companion. I think even they tend to forget that. Good luck, dear.
Alright. Defeat all
As the
enemies.
goddess of balance and order, Ashtor was sometimes called the giver of justice. You can expect a fair fight, or at least her idea of one.
KO, draw a card. Marked refunds a card player when KO'd. It's 1 per ability. Okay. So if we did... this?
Leave some for the rest of us.
And then we could just massacre all of these.
Now that was something. They cannot possibly match your strength. I am impressed.
This is going very well.
You were too weak for this fight. Your time has come. Your mother abandons you.
That may have been a waste.
Feel my call.
7 enemy KOs by team in 1 turn. Sick. Okay. No, we got them all. All in 1 turn.
Good girl, Charlie. Oh, and you too, Hunter. You finished this trial, but don't worry. The other gods are waiting.
I was gonna say, that could not have gone better. Finished in 1 turn. So 3 stars is probably the max that we could do. Or max we can get. Strange Guardians. Low-level heroes will automatically level up as the hunter's level rises. Missions will automatically adjust enemy levels to match the heroes they are facing. Oh. Well, we don't really need to worry about leveling up then. Terribly. Secrets. Oh. I can't go back up. Moon seal. Ashtor's gift allows magical locks and gates to be opened. Open will allow you to access new areas of the Abbey and its grounds, which are locked by magical means.
Sarah was right to be wary of this place. But it's your birthright, and I think after everything you've been through, you can handle it now. The two of you, as well as your mother, are the last of your kind, the Blood. Your lineage follows an unbroken line to the old gods themselves. And if you call upon them, you might just find they're actually listening. They won't work miracles for you, but their blessings can be quite useful in the right circumstance. Why don't you ask the goddess Ashtor for her aid in dealing with that barrier over there?
What's the power of magical incantations the hunter can use on the Abbey grounds? Space. Open.
Noble Ashtor guides my hand.
Still no keys.
After all this time, it's still just as beautiful as the first time I laid eyes on it. It's hard to believe Lilith and Caretaker brought this place all the way from Transia. Of course, it was no coincidence that they wound up so close to Salem. This area is particularly attuned to the forces of magic. That's why the Elder God's influence was so prevalent here. And why our sanctuary here has remained all but impregnable over the centuries. And now I'm rambling on like an old sorcerer supreme. Why don't you come see me in the library tomorrow night? Oh, and let's keep this just between the two of us for now. I'm afraid Sarah, Caretaker, isn't ready to see me yet. Good night, Hunter.
Cool. Alright. I think we'll leave it there when this cutscene is done. Leave it there for the day. We got through a lot of... Hi, Charlie. Okay, hold on. Can't pet Charlie anymore. We got through a lot of the tutorial and opening story stuff. We even saw Spider-Man and Venom. So, that went well, I think. I should save, actually. Save the game. Save. Sure. So that's where we'll leave it. I gotta go to work tomorrow. Oh. Thanks for watching, everybody. As the screen says. Yeah, the return to work. Fun, fun, fun. Is there anyone online that we can raid? Anyone doing chill Ooh, O-Line's playing Dead Space. Yeah? I mean, that could be chill. Anyone that doesn't know O-Line, he's a good pal. Please go give him a follow. Watch him play the new game, unless you plan on playing it yourself, then... Well, I mean, I was gonna say don't spoil yourself, but it's a game from like 2008. So, if you've played it, you've played it. Anywho, it's been a good evening, and sorry for not being so consistent this past month. It'll come back in a couple weeks. For now, I'm just gonna be making few promises and streaming as and when I can. Until then, take care, and I'll see you next time, sometime during the week. Ta-ta for now.